Stay connected to Europe.
Your next news bulletin on Euronews is coming up in under 1 minute. Euronews. The news.
A day before the Israeli Prime Minister addresses the UN General Assembly, his office dashed hopes of a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah.
US Vice President Kamala Harris slams suggestions that Kyiv should cede territory to Russia to strike a peace deal.
Puigdemont and Comyn lost their appeal to be acknowledged as MEPs in the European Parliament by a definitive decision of the European Court of Justice.
At the UN General Assembly, North Macedonia's president says the country's slow progress to EU accession is like waiting for Godot.
J'ai tenu à demander
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office dashed hopes of a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah after European and US-led calls for an immediate truce at the United Nations General Assembly. In a statement, Netanyahu's office said the Prime Minister did not even respond and that the Israeli military had been instructed to continue fighting with full force. Netanyahu is set to address the UN's General Assembly on Friday, where he will seek to persuade a world growing increasingly exasperated by Israel's war in Gaza that its aims are righteous. Israel's foreign minister also said there will be no ceasefire, vowing to continue the fighting and returning evacuated Israeli citizens to their homes. The war in Gaza is about to hit the 1-year mark, with Israel on the cusp of a wider regional war with Hezbollah.
US Vice President Kamala Harris has slammed suggestions that Kyiv should cede territory for the sake of peace with Moscow. Speaking in Washington, Harris unleashed the criticism of Donald Trump's controversial push for Ukraine to quickly cut a deal to end the war.
These proposals are the same of those of Putin. And let us be clear, they are not proposals for peace. Instead, they are proposals for surrender, which is dangerous and unacceptable.
Trump has criticized U.S. assistance for Ukraine, praised Russian President Vladimir Putin, and faulted Zelensky for the ongoing bloodshed. But he rejected Harris's criticisms and insisted that he only wants to stop the horror show that's gone on. At the presser with Harris, Zelensky said a lasting and just peace was a top priority for Ukraine. Zelensky was in Washington to present the White House and Congress with his plans for reaching an endgame in the war by improving Ukraine's chances on the battlefield. And addressing the UN General Assembly on Thursday, EU Council President Charles Michel said the bloc would support Ukraine for as long as necessary. He also urged China to reconsider its support for Russia and use its influence to ensure that the United Nations Charter is respected.
A night of intense Russian shelling hit several cities in Ukraine on Wednesday. At least 8 people were wounded in an overnight attack on Zaporizhia, including a 14-year-old boy, regional head Ivan Fedorov said Thursday morning. Ukraine's emergency service says 12 residential buildings were damaged in the city and 18 people were evacuated. Videos show heavily damaged houses, windows blown out, and walls pierced with shrapnel. A separate drone attack on Ivano-Frankivsk damaged the city's power grid. 4 central streets of the city and some of the adjacent ones are without power. Some of the city's educational institutions will have power outages for at least a day, and trolley buses have also stopped running on some routes. Ukraine's air defenses also battled drones and missiles over Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, for over 5 hours. In total, Russia launched 6 missiles and 78 drones at Ukraine overnight from Wednesday to Thursday, Ukraine's Air Force said. It said defenses destroyed 4 of the missiles and 66 drones in the air.
Renewable energy sources are under particular threat as part of growing hybrid warfare. Some of the technology is relatively new, so it's more vulnerable. And according to NATO officials, renewable energy is targeted as it represents a shift away from often Russian fossil fuels. Jönköping Energy in Sweden provides 40% of all energy to the region through renewable energy, hydro, wind and solar power for 186,000 people. It's working alongside NATO under the Nordic Pine exercise, helping participating nations prevent and react to cyber and other hybrid attacks.
The attacker is more and more advanced, and I think some years ago people could say, no, we are so small, they will not hit us. Today, the system, the bots, etc., they can hit anybody. We can talk about, if you leave your system open without any kind of firewall, it can take seconds before you're hit, because they find you.
Cyber attacks from ransomware and also disinformation from either state and non-state groups is increasingly common as a means of doing harm to one's enemy without direct violence on the battlefield.
Cyber attacks by Russia during the invasion of Ukraine 10 years ago were a major wake-up call to the renewable energy sector. NATO and its partners now very much focus on the threat of hybrid warfare and the impact this has on society.
Ransomware is a business. The other thing is, the dependency of electricity everywhere. We can't be without it. So in that case, you can disturb a society very much by disturbing the electricity. And I think if you disturb the society, you will make people scary as well. What is going on? When will we get the electricity back again, etc.? So I think it's a very, very good way to create a mess if you would like to.
The NATO-led Nordic Pine exercise is for the private and public sector, including research institutes. It concludes that the challenge of hybrid war, in particular cyber attacks, is best met with prevention and preparedness. And key to that, they say, is constant communication between governments, the private sector, the general public and the military command. Shona Murray, Euronews, Jönköping, Sweden.
The European Court of Justice dismisses the appeal of Catalan pro-independence politicians Carles Puigdemont and Toni Comín to be considered MEPs, which was filed in 2019. The Court of Justice believes that the lower general court of the EU acted correctly in considering that the President of the Parliament should follow the official list of MEPs that came from the document sent by the member state. In 2019, Puigdemont and Comín won a seat in the European elections, but having fled to Belgium in 2017 after the Catalan independence referendum, they were unable to abide by the Spanish constitution, a key step in order to appear in the document sent to the European Parliament. The result that appeared in the Spanish electoral body is seen valid, but the European Parliament considered that the official list was only the one sent to them by Spain.
Same rights and freedoms.
The decision is particularly relevant for Comín, who ran in the last elections for the European Parliament and won, but he has so far been unable to take his seat, and it looks like he will remain so after the ruling.
North Macedonia's Prime Minister has reacted angrily to reports that his country's European Union accession bid has hit a new hurdle because of a dispute with Bulgaria. Prime Minister Hristijan Mikoski said the EU was trying to dictate what his country should do and suggested he wouldn't accept any further delay to membership talks. Those comments follow reports that EU ambassadors in Brussels decided to push ahead with Albania's EU accession process independently of North Macedonia's. The EU started membership talks with the two Balkan countries in 2022, but North Macedonia's bid was delayed by a dispute with Bulgaria over Balkan history, language and culture. To break the impasse, the previous government in Skopje accepted a Bulgarian demand to insert in North Macedonia's constitution a reference to a Bulgarian ethnic minority. And in her speech at the UN General Assembly, North Macedonia's President Gordana Silinovska-Davkova said the path to EU membership was like waiting for Godot.
Od našите evropski и strateški partneri očekujeme разбирање и праведно деблокирање на процесот на преговорите за членство во Европската Унија, отфрлање на двојните стандарди и почитување на сопствените принципи и вредности вградени во основните уставни документи.
The country's EU path was also blocked for years by Greece over another dispute over history and heritage. It was settled in 2018 after North Macedonia changed its name from the previous Macedonia.
The Portuguese government has said it will deploy its EU cohesion funds for a speedy reconstruction of parts of the country devastated by wildfires. Authorities say work has now started to assess the extent of the damage in the north and center of Portugal. The decision comes after a meeting between Prime Minister Luís Montenegro and the EU Commission.
Este diálogo com a Sra. Presidente da Comissão Europeia desembocou na decisão da Comissão de permitir que Portugal possa aceder a 500 milhões de euros dos fundos de coesão que nos estão destinados para os próximos anos e possa cobrir os prejuízos que teve com uma taxa de comparticipação que excepcionalmente pode ser mesmo de 100%.
According to the Portuguese Prime Minister, investigation was also ongoing to find the culprits setting fire to forests in certain instances. The investigation will seek to determine the motivation of the perpetrators and their sponsors.
Os incêndios que atingiram as regiões norte e centro do país na semana passada provocaram 9 mortos e mais de 160 feridos. Os fogos consumiram cerca de 135 mil hectares de floresta entre os dias 15 e 20 de setembro, totalizando quase 147 mil hectares de área ardida este ano, o terceiro pior registro da última década.
Sorry, set at the PC. Went to bring water. Hey yo. Take a day off work so you can start the weekend early. I'm fucking jealous. That's an option? That's an option where you are. You can just be like, hey guys, I wanna take the Friday off. Hey guys, I want to enjoy my weekend. Can I just go home? And they're like, yeah, sure.
The 29th annual
wild.
Conference
Why
of
can't I
International
do that?
Association of
Feel if I
Prosecutors
came to
will
my
be
boss
held
like,
in
hey boss,
Azerbaijan's
can I get a
capital,
day off
Baku, at the
work?
Baku Convention
Or have a good
Center.
weekend?
Being
She'd be
a
like, fuck off.
multifunctional
Go
complex,
die
is
in a hole.
located in the heart of the city,
What's
next
a
to
wild
the Hague
tomato?
Olympic Center. as the largest Congress facility in the
I
entire
really want to read
Caucasus,
it as
its
goose,
clear shape
but
gives
I'm
the
guessing it's
building
not a
its very
goose.
own
I'm guessing it's a
character,
different
offering
word.
a perfect balance to the
Well,
Balkan
what is it?
skyline. Comprising over 170
Wait, let me see if I can
organizational
pull.
members,
Nah.
including prosecutor associations, prosecution authorities, and crime prevention agencies. The IAP
okay.
represents the collective
Made my chat
voice
really, really
of
small
more
for
than
a second. Couldn't see
250,000
shit. But hey yo,
prosecutors
welcome.
worldwide.
It's
We
Friday
look forward
today,
to
so
welcoming more
hope that
than
makes you happy.
400
I'm still
guests from
having
more than
a.
100 countries at the
How many
29th
days do I
annual
have left of
conference
my
in
vacation? I
Baku.
think it's 4. So I think it lasts until. No, it doesn't. I wanted to say I still can stream on Monday and Wednesday next week, but I think I'm going to work on Wednesday. What date is Wednesday? 2nd. I'm going to work on Wednesday. So I'll probably be streaming in the afternoon. Ah, yeah, even better, even better. Because I have to wake up early for this. I have to wake up earlier. It's not really a normal time for me. Will storm outside? Shit, nice. We're supposed to have a storm when? When am I supposed to have a storm? In next few days. Not. We had something yesterday, but it wasn't interesting. Had a little bit of wind, and that was that. Basically, to be completely honest, it was just I don't know. There was. We're having flooding. Don't know if you've been following the news. Sufro. Croatia week. We've had serious floods this week. Serious big floods. Are they? Oh, we found some gas. Gas deposit discovered near Sisak. What? What? Also, this is new. I haven't shown you Croatian news. I have to show you what's going on in Croatia. It's really important to know. Look at this. Get a gas deposit. Get a gas deposit. The drilling began in June, and the ultimate depth of 1,670 meters was reached on 23rd of June. Stefan, welcome. How are you doing? Did you know we found a gas deposit in Croatia? Now you know. It's between 160,000 and 320,000 cubic meters of gas. It's about 10% of total daily gas production in Croatia. Oh. Nice. Aspect Croatia is a subsidiary of the Denver, USA-based oil company. Heck yeah! It signed a hydrocarbon exploration and exploitation agreement with the Croatian government in 2020. Yeah! USA! USA! Oh damn! People gonna call us a vassal state now. Got gas this morning. The entire Croatia got gas this morning. Aww! Be careful if you can't visit. No, this is good. This is really good news, though. This is also good news. Wait, I don't know what I want to talk about. I wanted to talk about floods. I wanted to show you floods. But yeah, we're doing a thing where, like, if you're a Croat who went outside of Croatia to like work in Germany, if you come back home, you get a 5-year tax exemption. 5-year tax exemption. 5 fucking years, no taxes. How cool is that? Not really. Not gonna lie to you, not really. Not many people are coming back. I don't know why Croatia week is being like, Croatians are coming back home, and they're kind of not. They're kind of not. I mean, it's a good thing for newcomers, but people leave this country for reasons other than taxes. So I'm not really sure it's going to be, you know. That big of a change, really. I don't know how much they found. I read it and I didn't see it anywhere. And now I want to go and find it again. Yeah, I see how it's kind of weird to have them. Look, my OBS really died. Fuck that. Look at that. Every once in a while. Every once in a while. I didn't even notice because I had the YouTube over it. Had my YouTube over the notification. F again? Not F again. I should be good now. Where do I look into that? 2 streams in 1 day. 2 streams in 1 day. The best content creation this side of the earth. Hell yeah. You will not find anyone working this hard.
Ces viticulteurs sont accompagnés par l'association portugaise Smart Farm Collab, qui veut démocratiser la technologie dans les
How
fermes.
much gas do we got? I don't know how much gas we got. I don't know. The only info I'm finding is
naturais que estão no solo e obviamente tomando cuidado destas todas vertentes, nós podemos ter aqui uma
is that
cuidada, moderada.
between 160 and 320,000 cubic meters of gas was obtained by testing the well. And this amount represents about 10% of the total daily gas production in Croatia. So is that like... Yeah. They say it was obtained by testing the well, during testing the well process. Yeah. What do I know? How is that information relevant to me? How does that relate to like the total amount that we got? I've got no idea. I just know USA is going to be working on it, alright? We're going to suddenly be having really close ties to Americans. I feel we're suddenly going to be more of their favorite country in Balkans, maybe even more favorite than Slovenia currently is, depending on who gets the spot of the president, of course. But flooding, I wanted to show you flooding.
Istanbul for me,
it's relatively nearby to where I am right now. Look at these.
Amazing people.
This is what I was talking to you about. This is relatively local to me. Relatively. But what's going on? This is Florida. That doesn't count. This counts. What basically happened is all of these houses that you see here under the water, weekend houses. And weekend houses built by really rich people who aren't really the brightest usually, right? If you've ever met a rich person, you know what I'm talking about. So what they did is they built their houses as close to the water as possible, so they would have, you know, just a few minutes to walk if they want to go swimming in the summer or fishing or whatever. By create a situation where the water grows, all of their houses are flooded. You see some of them are on those little tiny legs. They're not really filming them specifically, they're just filming the water, I guess. Why would you film the water? It's boring. Film the water. See, leggies. Some of them have leggies, so they're kind of protected. Most of them don't have leggies. So yeah, rich idiots. And every year this happens, it gets flooded, and then it's written about it in the news. And they go, we're getting flooding again, as we are every year. You fucktard, why did you build your house there? And then every once in a while you have a situation of like the current group of rich people being angry because their houses got flooded, and then they sell their houses, weekend houses, to the next group of rich people, and then next year the next group of rich people is going to be crying about their houses getting flooded. So it's like, yeah, it's a circle of life, really. It's a circle of bitchery of riches. But yeah, normal citizens of the village, they have their houses up. They don't live down close to the water. They live up on like a mountainous area. So they're all okay. But, you know, everyone who built the houses down is kind of fucked in the ass. Nationalized natural resource extraction for a sovereign wealth fund. Look, I, for one, am okay with selling my ass to the American overlords, so... Florida's flooding away too? Oh shit! Too bad it didn't wash it away completely. What's the hate for Florida? Isn't Florida like... Wait, which one do people hate usually? It's not Florida. Why'd you hate on Florida? What did Florida judge anyone? Isn't that the way you have like really weird people? Have you tried fishing? You don't know. You do not know who you are in the presence of. Alright, you do not know. Bow down in front of me. I have been a professional fisher. up until my teenage years, which is when I discovered that I can go out and party and have friends. But before that, I was a professional at fishing. I was so good at these fucking competitions. I was kicking ass, my man. I was kicking absolute ass. I got like diplomas, I got medals, I got everything. I was kicking ass, alright? I was like the only girl at the fishing team, so it was a bunch of dudes, and then that was me. I was absolutely kicking ass. It was really cool. So yeah, I'm good at fishing. I'm good at fishing. I know as much as you can really be good at fishing, it's not really that complex of a matter. But I'm good at fishing, alright? I've got medals to prove it. I need to like hang them in the back or something so I can be flexing with them, you know? Everyone else on Twitch having their like diplomas and shit in the back. I'm gonna be having my fishing competition paper. It was great and I loved it because after we would be done fishing, if any of us got the first spot, they would be going to McDonald's, and so it was like my one chance to go to McDonald's because my parents were usually like, you know, McDonald's is relatively expensive and for a lot of money you don't really get a lot of hamburger. So they didn't really bring us to McDonald's as kids. So fishing competition was my way to get to the rich experience of dining in some exquisite restaurants like McDonald's. So yeah. Croatian fish are just kind of boring. Diploma in ruining fishing? Shout out to all the hooks stuck in the trees. Because you don't know how to properly. Noob. But yeah, we had a very a famous incident, let's say it like that, in the village where like one kid tried to do fishing and he like he took the what the fuck, I don't know English terms of fishing basically as he threw it around his shoulder, it lodged into another kid's lip. So that was a big incident. I was terrified of that happening when I was a kid. I was always like really careful of who's behind me, not to catch another child. I was so scared of it. Nothing happened to the kid. It wasn't like too much caught or whatever. But still like, oh, you like imagine, ew, disgusting. Yeah. Fishing medals as good as a diploma. True, possibly opening the same exact job opportunities. You know what I mean? Talking about that though, talking about job opportunities, the firm I wanted to start working at next year maybe will not be existing next year. So I'm kind of fucked these days, alright? I'm kind of fucked. I'm trying not to be too worried, but I'm fucking worried, right? I don't know where I'm gonna be working if they close. I'm just gonna be sad and miserable and live streaming daily. So wish me luck, send thoughts and prayers. What country would you like to explore next? Oh man, I've got no idea. Like explore to me means more like long-term travel to a specific place. So I feel I want to go up. I want to go somewhere up. I want to go Scandinavia. I want to go somewhere up. I want to see what's up there. I want to see how do people live in countries with you know, blessed weather patterns and stuff like that. I want to do that. So someone hooked their girlfriend in the forehead. Where does it lodge? Ew. Ew. Got a fish though. There's a slang here for like a really hot girl, you call them fishes. So I'm guessing it could be used as a flirting method here, you know, you just go to hot girls on the street and you're like, hey, good fish. Try it, let me know how it goes. Chile? Yeah, I really want to go to somewhere cold. I want to go to Britain. I want to go to Ukraine. A part of me is really like, last stream someone sent that news article about like Germany educating people to go work in Ukraine. I tried to get my boyfriend into that, but he's unwilling to leave his current job to go study with me, to go to work in Ukraine. But I want to go somewhere like that. somewhere there. I don't really want to be. Not really interested about the, you know, Mediterranean part. I don't know. It's kind of me. Full of fish people. Talking about that, hey, by the way, I have videos to show you. I've got videos to show you. I have videos that I saved last stream and didn't show you. And then I have some new videos that have popped up ever since and that I also didn't show you. So, ha ha ha. He was throwing and hooked his cheek. And then simply shot all fish in water. Oh, that's... See, I don't know how to do that. That's very American. I feel that's very American. It was only the Americans who would think of that. Ayo, Zaporizhia, holy shit. No comment, proper no comment. Holy shit, again. Have you seen the news of new USA aid? Because there's been new USA aid. Shit, my man. Bastards. Man. Haven't seen the news of like let me look. 8 injured. At least 8 people injured. Is that the freshest news? 8 people injured. Yeah, I'm seeing 7 people injured and I'm seeing 8 people injured. Shit. Man. Mommy 1 and 2 was British Empire. Oh shit, I don't even remember. I want to know the timeline. I shouldn't watch them. I shouldn't be watching those movies, really. I have no idea. I rewatched all the Indiana Jones movies recently, and I also don't remember that.
US Vice President Kamala
Ukrainian,
Harris
yeah, I'm still learning Ukrainian on Duolingo. I also recently Duolingo got an update, and now I can learn music and mathematics too. So I'm also like kind of doing music and mathematics on the side. It's really fun. I recommend it. If you have Duolingo, I don't know if you use it. But test it out. It's kind of fun. Mathematics one is, I don't know, currently I'm like 2 lessons in, because the update was 2 days ago. We were doing division, I think, yesterday. And the music one is like relatively easy. Just, I think most what is what's new is like understanding the tones. The way that they're written, I guess. I don't really know what happens in later lessons. I don't really know if you're like intermediate or something, because I went full beginner on music, but I went in intermediate on mathematics, so that's really cool. Another lesson said, oh damn, wait, you finished the entire Ukrainian Duolingo? Holy shit! I didn't finish the entire, you know where I am currently? You know where I am currently? I'm on Section 2, Unit 3. Section 2, Unit 3. I don't know how many sections they have. Hey, Milky Way. I don't know how many sections there exist. Oh, so it's like Section 1, Section 2, and then after Section 2 you have daily refresh. Okay, that's cool. So I guess Section 2 is like when you finish it. Started in 2019. Hey, nice! Were you constantly doing it? Do you have like a streak? A longer streak? I have 361 days currently, nothing more. I have 361 days, and out of that it has been Ukrainian, I think, most of it. I did have few days when I went back to
Trump has
practicing
criticized US
Korean.
assistance for Ukraine, praised Russian
Because I did
President
finish
Vladimir
Korean
Putin and
first
faulted
section like
Zelensky
years
for the
ago,
ongoing
and then I was
bloodshed.
learning it on the
Putin
side without
rejected Harris's
Duolingo, so sometimes I
criticisms
go
and
back to
insisted that
Duolingo
he
parts
only
to like
wants to
learn
stop
about
the
it.
horror show that
Hey, yo,
followed.
Edzie, welcome to the stream. How are
At
you
the presser
doing?
with Harris, Zelensky said a lasting and just
So I've been
peace was a
doing
top
that,
priority
and
for Ukraine.
what else? What else?
Zelensky
What
was
else?
in Washington to present the White House and Congress
Yeah,
with
just
his
music,
plans for
usual.
reaching an
I also
end
have
game in the
Swedish on
war
the
by
side.
improving Ukraine's
I don't
chances
know
on the
why, but
battlefield.
like my
Addressing
my
the UN
boyfriend's really,
General
really into
Assembly on
Swedish, so
Thursday,
one
EU
day,
Council
maybe
President
I'll be
Charles
able to
Michel
learn it.
said the bloc would
Can flex
support
with it.
Ukraine for as long as necessary.
Polish
He also
Duolingo, when there
urged
was a
China
refresh
to
thing, went to
reconsider
English,
its
started was
support
section
for
3.
Russia and use
There's
its
much more than
influence to
2.
ensure
Oh
that
shit,
the
Ukrainian just
United
has 2.
Nations Charter is respected.
600 days straight, holy shit! Why are you learning Korean? Oh, in 2011. In 2011, me and my best friend at the time, we were teenagers, fresh in high school, and we discovered K-pop exists. And we were like the first 2 girls in this part of Croatia that knew about K-pop. No one at the time was listening to K-pop. So it was like cool, we were like trendsetters, you know what I mean? So then we started learning Korean together with it. So I was like casually learning it all throughout high school. Forgot about it later and then went back after that because I use Korean dramas as like things to watch on the side while I'm doing my drawings or something. It like I find them really, really cool. They film it really, really well and also helps me to like get more understanding of the language. So that's really, really cool. But yeah, mostly because I started learning it in 2011 and I just kind of casually have been learning it ever since. Does Duolingo teach you how to say I fucked your mom yesterday, fucking Russian bot? I think no. Maybe in like a daily refresh lesson. Maybe in daily refresh lessons. Because look, section 2 has stuff like it has travel. So I'm feeling it has, you know, it has travel, and I feel if I travel to Russia, I don't need a way to say that. So maybe that talk about events. The event is me fucking their mother. Oh, at one point you discuss spirituality. You discuss verb forms. I'm gonna be learning verb form. It's gonna be like, I fucked your mother, I am fucking your mother, and I will be fucking your mother. You know the Bosnian, hello, Sarajevo, how are you doing? You know the Bosnian form of like, when I catch you, I will have fucked your mother, which is like future and past combined into one. I'm gonna be learning that. Discovered K-pop when I was in China in 2014. Oh shit, no, wait, what was your first K-pop song? I wanna know, what was your first? What was your first? Because like girl group videos, but mine was earlier, mine was 2011, so you came at more advanced of a time. I was there with the GG baby phase of K-pop, which was I think the first time they ever like went truly viral.
The other thing is, you know, the dependency of electricity everywhere.
Iceland? Why Iceland? What's happening in Iceland? I don't know much about Iceland. I'm not too knowledgeable about that.
If you disturb the society, you will make people scary
South Korean government is corrupt? Oh yeah, I'm from Croatia.
When will we get the electricity back
You know,
again, etc.
can't
So
really.
I think it's a very, very good way to
Can't really judge anyone's government for being corrupt. I come from Croatia. We got like one party that's master in corruption at this point, and we all keep voting them in. So I'm in no position to criticize anyone's governments, really. Hope you have free and fair elections so you can do what you want. But yeah, I have an opinion in the situation here. I basically have an opinion that like Croatia likes corruption, and that's why we're voting corruption in. We're okay with corruption. We see it basically as lesser evil. You know what I mean? It's like we have
2019.
We have certain parties that have, every party technically in politics has a certain crime, right? Every party in politics has a certain crime that it's doing. And then when you go to vote, you're basically putting the weight of these crimes on a scale and then also putting the weight of like good shit.
But having fled to Belgium
Okay, fair, fair, Bopal, fair.
they were unable to abide by the
I understand. You put the weight of these crimes, you put the weight of these benefits onto a scale and you try to figure out who you're going to be voting for. In Croatian mindset, corruption is like, it's one of those weightless crimes. Corruption is one of those that doesn't really impact anything else. Like there's bigger crimes that a party can do, and ironically one of them being represented by women, it loses them a lot of votes. Croatians are really misogynistic as a country overall, right? But yeah, corruption itself, we don't really give a shit. We've been voting for gods of corruption at this point, just forever. 30% of votes is guaranteed for them, and they're not even like, we have free and fair elections. It's not like they're forcing us to vote. We just want to have them in power.
Prime Minister Christian McCoskey said the EU was trying to dictate what his country should do and suggested he wouldn't accept any further delay to membership talks. Those comments follow reports that EU ambassadors in Brussels decided to push ahead with Albania's EU accession process independently of North
Gonna do something to your mom!
The EU started membership talks with the two Balkan
That's a
countries
weird
in
way to say
2022,
fuck in
but
the
North
ass.
Macedonia's bid was delayed by a dispute
Yeah.
with Bulgaria
Ide
over Balkan
strahati.
history, language and culture. To
So
break the impasse,
why
the
have I not
previous
heard of
government
that?
in
Why
Skopje
don't you just
accepted
use
the
yebat?
Bulgarian demand to
Why
insert
don't
in
you
North
use yebat? Don't you
Macedonia's
use like
constitution a reference to a
because you say
Bulgarian
yebana
ethnic
Rusija, that's
minority.
the same way we say it. Why
Her
wouldn't you
speech at
say
the UN
something like
General
that?
Assembly, North Macedonia's
Why would you
President
use
Gordana
another verb?
Simonovska
Why would you use a
Dashkova said the path
completely
to
different
EU
verb
membership
form?
was like waiting for Godot.
The thief president? Hey, base. And look, we had one that sold us out to Yugoslavs, so what do I tell you? Look, my man, what I know about South Korea is that your people have deep systemic issues with misogyny. And what I know is that there has been several online actions so far to try and fight against it. Guys, the situation there is wild, by the way. I don't know if you've been following it. They literally had a situation recently where it was uncovered that hundreds of men were participating in one group chat in which they were sending images, photos of their like sisters and mothers in this group chat. They were like taking pictures of them sleeping or taking pictures of their underwear, shit like that, disturbing shit, and just sending it all into this one group chat. And it's all been uncovered, but the government is unwilling to look into the issue because like, we're not gonna look into people's personal messaging. Oh no, we can't really like reveal who is in this group chat. So they had groups that were trying to like uncover people who were using these group chats, and very disturbingly there were like situations where, for example, there's a specific school where there's more dudes that belong to this group chat, right? So it's like hotspots where they gather in a way, like really fucking weird. What is Russism? Oh, it's Russism. Oh shit, really? That is like uncensored. That is like what film translations can use. Oh, so like fuck versus make love. That's what it is. I made love to your mom. Oh, that's lovely. Gonna walk up to a Russian like, I'm gonna make love to your mom, you stupid cunt. He won't know what it means. He probably doesn't know the like proper version, professional version. He probably just knows the yebati one. Oh shit. Had no reason to click on this. That was idiotic.
Is everywhere, not only in Estonia, but
on Russia's threats of escalation.
Question of Estonia, it's everywhere.
Whoa, heck
What's
yeah.
the Estonian position
We'll
about
have you
shooting
much.
down
Yeah, I don't know.
drones,
We have it too.
Russian drones
But yeah, could
that
be that it's more
enter
like
NATO countries?
connected to
We are in a very simple
Russian.
position. That means we should lift
Maybe Russians stole it
the
from Poles.
restrictions from use of weapons what Ukraine gets from Western world. That means we are able to target these
Estonian
drones
biggest
where they
thief is
start.
Kaja
That
Kallas's
means in
father.
Russian territory. And when this happens, the drones never reach to Ukraine, they don't reach to Latvia or any other country.
Do you think because NATO countries still don't down those drones, that Russia thinks that NATO is not serious in its intention?
I don't think so, because first of all, we have to know whether it's by accident or it's deliberate. And of course,
It's deliberate.
Latvia and Estonia, we rely on NATO. That means we have to start discussions how to behave in these
Like I literally solved the entirety of his issues. It's deliberate.
Do you think that Estonia is
Hey, yo, good guy, how's
protected
life?
enough of being a member of NATO if
Municipal
President,
elections are coming in
Donald Trump
October for Bosnia.
enters back into the
Yay!
White House?
I mean, Donald Trump has
I'm
been
told it's a bit
president
of a shit show. It is.
So, and we have been
It is.
at the
It's a
time
shit show already internally because like
NATO
Bosnia,
member of ally. But it's not only
they're trying
we
to like create
don't rely
equal
only
representation
on
of every
NATO,
nationality within Bosnia.
allies,
So it's already a bit of
but
a
we
messy
also
situation.
spend
But then also you have
quite
mess
a
coming
number
from
of
the
our own
outside. So like
resources
Serb
on defense.
politicians
And at
trying
this
to
very
influence the
moment,
voters,
negotiate
Croatian
about
politicians
3%.
trying to influence the voters.
And,
Everyone's trying
what
to
we
influence
should do,
Bosnia.
and we
So
do,
we're kind of
is to
creating even
convince
bigger of
also
a
other
problem.
NATO
Like it's a
member
big thing in
countries to
Croatian
put also more than 2%
politics,
on
and we're
defense.
having
Do you believe
elections for
that
president
in
soon.
the West, and especially in the
It's a big
United
thing in
States,
Croatian
most
politics that the
politicians and both presidential
president
candidates
pretends in
want
a way
Ukraine
to
actually
care
to
really
win this war?
deeply
We
about
want to
the
defeat
Croatian
Russia,
population
that's
of
for
Bosnia.
sure. And,
So whenever there's
and you have to
voting going on in
understand,
Bosnia,
presidential elections
our politicians are going to be like, oh, Croats in
US.
Bosnia, yeah,
That
yeah,
means
vote,
there's a debate
vote
on
according to your
different,
hearts.
in
And then they always
different
like
issues.
throw in certain
And,
catchphrases to let Croats
it's a
in
different
Bosnia know who they're
situation
supposed to be
when,
voting for.
one
And then
becomes
Bosnia,
the
of course, always
president.
goes
So
like,
let's
guys,
hope
shut the fuck
if
up.
American
You're
people's
not allowed to
decision
do
is
this.
going
This
to
is
be a
meddling
president
in
of
our
the United
democracy.
States. But
So
for us,
yeah,
it's very
overall,
important that we keep
shit show
this
indeed.
constant kind of bond.
Talking about shit shows.
And, let's-
Talking about shit
as far
shows.
as defense is
Georgia's
concerned
having
in the world,
elections.
US
Georgia's
should
having
be
elections soon.
number
I
one
think
in this game.
26th
Do you
of
think
October.
that Estonia and your neighboring countries
So yeah,
are now
eventful year.
well-equipped to hold
Eventful
on
year.
the
We're
Russian
going to
army
see
in
a lot
case
of
it
big
wants to invade?
changes. Hopefully good
Of
ones.
course we are. And as I said, it's not only us, but also our
Yeah,
allies.
yeah, because it's like
Doctrine is
on Croatian side,
in a way,
right? It's that,
what should we
and then
do? We are
from
a small
Bosnian
country. That
side,
means we have
you
to
have
make sure
you
that
have Dodik,
enemy does
who is
not
a part
enter
of
our territory. That's simple as
Serb
that.
part of Bosnia.
There's been
You have Dodik
recently an uptick in
trying
Estonian
to create
activity
the idea that he wants to
internationally.
separate
The
from
former Prime
Bosnia itself
Minister
and
will
join
be the
Serbia, right?
foreign
So he's
minister
always
of the
pulling
European
really
Union.
strongly
Do you
towards
feel
Serbia and
that
towards
now,
Serb politicians.
finally,
And then
after
Serb
years
politicians
of
also
war
have
in
a rather
Ukraine,
big influence on the voting
Western
party,
capitals
on the
are
voting body
hearing,
inside
the
the Serb
eastern
part of
flank
Bosnia.
NATO
So
and the European
it's like it's
Union
already
more.
like internally a shit show,
I
and then
guess so,
externally we
because,
make it more of a
I
shit show.
guess
We're just
our
making it
Western
worse.
allies, which are
We're making it
much
worse.
further away from Russian border.
So
They
there
started to
is
understand what this war in Ukraine means.
vote based
not
on my
only
brain
for
knowing what
Ukraine,
is
but
wrong.
also for them. So because
Understandable.
It's not only,
Understandable.
us who are next
I can
to
support that.
Russia. It's Europe.
No,
And
Georgia's
it's,
not
NATO
gone.
countries.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
I think
Ruined Ukraine and
our
modern
partners
Georgia.
have realized
Georgian Dream
that,
posted that,
that's the
and that
situation.
the worst
And
thing,
they start,
the worst thing that
started
has
to,
been
first
their
of all, to
rhetoric
assist and to help
since
Ukraine and also to think
2022.
about their own defense.
The idea that oh guys, look, we're like yeah, you call us Russian agents. But while we are in power, Russia is not going to come and invade
The
you.
situation would be different.
So would you not rather have
Well,
Russian
definitely it would have
agents
been different,
leading
but
you,
we don't
so Russia
know
doesn't come to invade
what
you?
kind of difference.
Or would you
But
rather
we-
have
because
not
these
Russian
countries-
agents in power,
and we
and
as
then
well,
Russia
we-
could
we
come and
used to
invade
this
you?
peaceful, life,
Like you want to go your own way, you want to fight for freedom? Well,
we
look
were
at
pretty
Ukraine
much
fighting for
naive.
freedom. You want to have that,
But we
which
we
is
did back
extremely
up
like
India and let's say our
um,
friends in February.
offensive
So, but I guess now
for a country like
it's a
Georgia to
different
do,
situation, but
because they got invaded
how
by Russia
would
already.
it happened,
Like
if,
you're
I don't know.
basically saying that it was your fault
Can we talk
in
about
2008
the
that you got
Russian
invaded by
activity
Russia and that you're
currently
still having
in
parts of your
Baltic
country
states? There
occupied by
has
Russia and your
always
civilians killed by
been a
Russians to this day. You're saying
Russian-speaking
that it was your
population.
fault because
Do
you
you
dared
see
to
an
go
increase in
against
Russian intelligence
Russia,
activity or
because you
Russian
dared to
psyops
go and seek out
in
your own path,
Estonia?
which is it's
Russian
so
invasion
imperialistic.
is everywhere. I mean,
It pushes onto
propaganda
this
is everywhere,
idea that
not
like
only in
Russia
Estonia,
has
but
a
all over
sphere
the
of
world.
influence
You
that
see
it
even
somehow
in
deserves to
United
have,
States,
right?
in
And if
different
you are in Russian
elections,
sphere of
not
influence,
only Europe.
you either
So we have
bow
to
down
be
to
ready with that,
Russians
and those
or
now,
they can massacre
whereas
you. And that's that,
misinformation
right? That's like that.
spread by
That's that.
Russia, cyber attacks and so forth.
I
So
don't
it's not
know.
a question of
Cucks,
Estonia,
full
it's
cucks.
everywhere. And
Very Kadyrov.
we have to
Very
prepare
Kadyrov. Very
prepare for
Kadyrov
this,
taking
and we
down
are prepared, let's
monuments
say, for cyber
that
attacks
show
already
historical
for
struggling of his
quite
people
a,
against
quite a long
Russians
time, because it
because he
started
wants
in
to be
2007,
pleasing Russians,
and
really.
we
Very that.
started to convince also,
Just taking a
also our
piss
Western
on the
partners that
entire
this is
history of your
a very
nation.
important
I don't
issue.
know.
You mentioned in the beginning of our
Have you
interview
seen the
that
video though of that
Ukraine needs to
man
be allowed
going
to
into
strike Russian
Transnistria
targets in Russia?
with a car?
Can you
And
do
like
you actually
fighting
know
with
why it's taking
Russian,
so
I
long
don't
for
know what
many
they are
countries
supposed
to
to be,
allow
like
this?
checkpoint
One thing probably is
police?
that,
The fuck are they?
some countries, some leaders told
Oh,
of
that's the best
escalation,
video I have to show
but
you.
there is no escalation.
They're like, no,
because
dude, you can't be
escalation is
filming
bad. I
here.
mean,
He's like, why
Russia
not?
has
I'm in
crossed all
Moldova.
red lines already.
This is
So
like my country. I'm in
there is no
Moldova.
point
You're a
to
Russian.
be afraid
Who
of
the fuck asked
escalation.
you?
And these restrictions are just
How can you
pointless.
tell me I'm not
Do you
allowed to be
think
filming
that
in my own
having
country?
those restrictions and
Like, go to Russia,
Ukrainians
tell
and
that to
also
someone in
Ukrainian
Russia. You
close
can't tell that
allies
to
like
me. I'm in
Estonia
Moldova.
asking Western capitals to
And they
provide
actually do
first
let him go
tanks,
then, because like they can't do
then
shit. The
artillery,
Russians,
then missiles,
genuinely,
and
like
so
their
on
laws
and
are
so on, and
bullshit.
planes.
Their presence is
Do you
bullshit. Their
think
laws are
that
bullshit. Their
there was a lot
checkpoints are
of time
bullshit.
wasted and the
Why has
war
anyone
could
been
be
taking it
drastically
seriously?
different if all of
Really good
this
video. I have to
would
show
be
that to you.
allowed, say, a
Yeah,
year or
Russia
two
already invaded. That's
Probably,
true. Look at
but
your
the
Trump.
thing is, every country
Look at your
has
Trump
a
selling
different
his tiny
history,
asshole.
different political parties,
Mini
different
18
ideas. That
plus
means
words
it
are funny.
does
Poles
take
think they
time.
appeared was savage
We
Ukrainians,
are
Ukrainians
not
from savage
countries
Russians,
with
Russians from
dictators.
savage Tatars.
So that means
Ah.
it's a democratic country.
So
That
it's
means
savage
you have to also
Russians. I
convince
feel I agree
your
with that.
people, not only politicians. And unfortunately, it does take more time.
Ekohati. I've heard
And
of
of
that
course,
one.
we also
I've heard of that one.
hoped that, let's say, this one step does help. It didn't.
Put seeds in your
Next
pockets, it
didn't
grows when you
either.
die.
So
Yeah,
now
yeah. That
we
woman was
probably
recently
realize
out
that
of
we have to cross
occupied
all
areas,
that
I hear.
off, all these red lines, and then
So,
start
she's still
forcing
good. She's
Russia
still
out of
good.
Ukraine.
Do you think that it's still a
Yeah,
relevant
Trump's eating shit.
possibility
Trump's
that
eating
Russia
shit.
will
And I'm
use
also, I'm
nuclear weapons,
especially angry
or
about
the European allies and the United States should
people
stop
bitching
worrying
about Zelensky endorsing Kamala.
Russian nuclear
Really
saber
angry
weapons?
about that.
I guess Russia knows
Oh,
very
Zelensky
well
should have
that
maintained
Russia is not the
a neutral
only
position
nuclear
because he
power
doesn't know
in
who's going
Europe
to win
and
the American
in the
elections,
world.
bro.
So
Like
I don't think
if Trump
they're
wins,
going
that's
to
that.
test nuclear attack to any
Republicans made it
Estonia has
very
been
clear
doing
whose
a
side they
lot
are
for
on.
Ukraine since
Not
day
just that they
one.
are
Can you
anti-Ukraine,
please
but also that
explain
they are pro-Russia.
why
Like
from
both
the
of the
first
positions
day of
are
the
very
full-scale invasion, Estonia
loudly
was one of the countries that provided
endorsed
the
by them,
most,
right?
both military
Why would
help,
Zelensky even be
humanitarian
pretending
help,
that there's
to
a way to
Ukraine,
cooperate
and
with
why,
Trump or Vance?
despite
I
years
don't
of
know.
war, Estonia continues to do
Yeah,
it.
he
Because we
basically,
have
from
a
what I
long
understand,
history, and you
from what I
know
understand has happened in the
occupation,
situation,
means.
it wasn't
That means
open
when Russia or
endorsement,
Soviet Union
but he
occupy-
did meet with them.
occupy our country. So, and not only our all
And
Baltic
from
states
what I
and Poland and
understand,
so
the reason
forth.
it
So
happened is
we have
because
this
Trump
kind of memory.
refused to meet with
And
Zelensky.
our
He was
parents
trying to
have,
sell this
have this kind
idea
of memory.
of like,
So
you know,
that's one
standing
reason.
by apply the values that he has professed previously, which is both
as a
being
small
anti-Ukrainian
independent
and being
country,
pro-Russian.
we can't
So when
afford
Zelensky was coming to
these
visit, he
powerful
didn't really want
countries
to
to
have
cross
anything
the
to do
border,
with it.
of,
But
a
then,
independent country.
because Zelensky only
we'll-
met with
we'll
Kamala,
continue to
and because he
support
only
Ukraine, of
went to like,
Do you feel that as long as
was it
this war
Pennsylvania,
continues,
where he went to the
more
weapons factory?
voices in the West
Basically,
will
Democrats
try
rule
to
over that part,
persuade
right?
Ukraine
So
to
then it made it
find,
seem like he's specifically
a
endorsing
solution to the
Democrats, which
war
made
that
Trump
doesn't
look
involve
left
deoccupying
out.
all of its territory.
And then there was this interview with
thoughts,
Zelensky in which the interviewer
at
asked
this
him
very
his opinion on
moment,
Vance, and he said
we
that
can't
Vance is rather
afford,
radical because
these
he
big
is radical on the
peace
question of
talks,
Ukraine.
because it's, already
So I
said
think
what he wants.
Republicans just
He
kind of
wants to
felt called
make the
out.
pact to
So
1997,
now they're
and
trying
want
to like
have
even
Donbas
it
and other regions and so
down a
forth.
little bit.
So
And
that
I know
means,
Trump
as I
has
said, we should
proposed
push
to actually
Russia
have
back
a
to its
meeting with
territory
Zelensky that
and
wasn't supposed to happen.
make
Not
Russia
sure how that's going to go, but yeah, it made them look really, really bad.
convince also Russia that this,
But GG for Zelensky,
this
because
war was useless.
from the
And
start
then
of
you can
this,
sit behind the table
I think I
and
found
start
news
talking.
from
And we
like
have a
last
peace
month
plan. We have
already. He
peace
was still
formula,
talking about the
but
possibility
Zelensky
of
provided.
working
So,
with Trump,
that's the only,
despite the
it's
fact
only
that Trump has
peace
said
plan at this
so
very
many
moment.
times
And
that
my
he's
last
willing to
question
just
is,
sell
do you
out Ukraine.
think
He's
that
willing to
NATO
sell out
countries
Ukraine. He's
and
willing
NATO
to
as a
betray
whole
NATO.
is doing enough to
He
help
praises Putin constantly.
There's
He
never
just
enough.
adores
So
the man
we could
to
do more. We could do
completely.
much more. So I
And
also
Zelensky has
here
still been
in
trying to
Kiev,
remain
I mentioned
neutral
that we should
and
do,
to
we should
remain
do
on
more.
like relatively
And
good
not only
terms, right?
Estonia, other
And this
states,
was the
but we
first
all,
time there
we
has
all
been an
states
actual
who
like
are on the
switch
side
in
of
that,
democracy,
mainly
we
because
should do
again,
much more.
Republicans refused to hold a meeting with him. But yeah, the first time that there has been an actual shift in that, and they're kind of pissed off right now. My absentee ballot is on its way to Sarajevo. Holy shit. Hey, good luck. Good luck, good luck. No fuckers is crying. Hey, I got it in my recommended. Something about demonetization and visas? The fall of Putin. I'm not that positive about him falling anytime soon. What was that? Vlad Vexler? Did I see Vlad Vexler? Did I see Vlad Vexler new video? Like a proper one? Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't know what no fucker's deal is. He really wants to keep attention on him. I guess that's it. Oh no, maybe it wasn't a new video. Maybe it was one of the old ones. I don't know. Because I just saw the... Subsonica, how's life going? How is everything? Yeah, I'm not seeing what I saw there. I saw a thumbnail. Saw a thumbnail, clicked off immediately like an idiot. And now I wonder what he was trying to talk about, and I will never know. He did make a video on Solovyov suggesting top guy resignation, but oh no. Oh no. I'm not too... I can actually now wonder what he's going to say. Why am I getting Mass Effect mentioned? No, because I'm feeling they already did that before. Hey, this one. I had this one in my recommended. Yeah, I'm in trouble, EU visa problem and demonetization. That one. I mean, it doesn't really look like he's in trouble, but you know. Where was I in my thought process? I was trying to find this little man. Yeah, they already had this. Like the whole thing with top guy resignation. They already had this. I don't know if you guys remember that. But they already had the whole thing where people were like, oh, damn, look at Russians talking about replacing Putin because Putin is not good enough to be leading the war. And then people were like jerking off over the idea of Putin being replaced by someone else, and whoever he gets replaced by is going to cause some infighting in like top parts of the Russian politics, and then the war will stop, which is bullshit. It's bullshit. But yeah. Twitch harasses people for writing Russian. No, that's good to watch, because then you find new streamers to follow. You gotta have some new streamers to be following, my dude. Gotta have some new people. Come on. Who is harassing people for writing Russian? I want to know. Is it just like a compilation of Thompson? Do you think it's just Thompson? Just Thompson over and over and over and going like, you fucking Russian cunt, I fucked your mom. Now I need to find it. Let me write it. Ah, that's a no fuckers video. Ah, fuck. I got hopeful. Oh, I got hopeful that it wasn't someone like actually harassing Russians in their chat. It was a compilation, but no, it's a no fuckers video. Where is he? Oh, Twitter. That one, Twitter? Yeah, by the way, yeah, Twitter is harassing people for speaking Russian, and I have to say, I'm one of these people. Like, I spit on them the second I see them. If I scroll on my Twitter feed and I see a post by a Ukrainian, like, insulting a Russian, I'm gonna join in and I'm gonna insult them. I don't even think. I don't even care what they're fighting about, you know? I just go and I'm like, hey, you Russian cunt. I don't know how I'm not banned from this stupid platform. But it's like, it's a knee-jerk reaction at this point. Because you see them so often spreading their bullshit around, and they intentionally, I feel, go into Ukrainian people's content to just be pieces of shit so many times. I follow several Ukrainian artists, digital artists. You know how many times you have a situation where there will be like a trend for drawing. They had the Miku trend recently. Well, it was like you draw the anime girl and she's supposed to represent your country. You know how many times I've seen Ukrainian artists draw this girl and put the Ukrainian flag in the art, and then you have Russians in the comment being like, "Oh, why are you making it political? Why are you making it political? Why does she have to be wearing the flag? Why are you making it political?" Just a few times I've seen people draw her like a military person, you know, because, you know, Ukraine obviously currently, like, it's a rather big symbol in the country. And again, Russians in the comments, why did you make it political? Art is not supposed to be political. Why are you making it political? Why do we have to be talking about politics whenever there's art mentioned? So I have a knee-jerk reaction, okay? I see Russians commenting around, I tell them to fuck themselves. No, fuckers did have interesting content about living in Russia. But now that he's no longer in Russia, he's just another vlogger. Yeah, true. I do think he's trying. I don't actually know what he's trying. He's attempting to create softly political content, is the way I see it. He's attempting to create something softly political, but he doesn't have the balls to go completely in. So it's kind of, you know, making this situation where he's not going to say what he means, but he is going to be like, well, guys, Russians are being harassed. The Russians are being harassed, and like, oh damn, oh no, we have visa issues. Oh no, demonetization problems. It's like I got into a conversation with an Asmongold fan recently. And he was trying to do the same thing, but with being like, well, I don't know, like, should Twitch streamers from Russia, should they have all been demonetized? Because, you know, at one point, like, none of them could be receiving their paychecks from Twitch. And he's just like, oh, I don't know, like, were they all participating in making this invasion start? I don't really know if they deserved it, you know. What if they were living from this Twitch money and now they can't live from Twitch money anymore? Like, I'm just asking, you know, I'm not trying to get into politics. I'm just asking. Like, yeah, it's inherently political. It's inherently political. The fuck are you doing? YouTube demonetized the heck out anything atheist related, really? Wait, were you making atheist content? Oh, I used to be following some big atheist content creators when I was in high school. I remember one of them being really, really cool. Fuck, I haven't remembered that man in a while. He was making specifically atheist content from the position of a former Mormon. That was really interesting because Mormons are fucking insane as a group. Just insane. So that was really, really interesting to watch. I also remember there were at least 2 different edgy atheist dudes that I was following. They had a rather lot of views on their channel, but yeah, I don't know how they're doing right now. I have no idea if it's Serbian or Russian. See, I can like oh yeah, just writing, I don't know the difference in just writing. But like when I hear Serbian, I know it's Serbian. I know it's Serbian, there's no question about it. But when it comes to the rest, it's a bit hard for me to figure out the accent. It's a bit hard for me to figure it out. Serbian, though, I know Serbian. Same for Chinese or Japanese. Oh, I have no issues with that. I can tell apart. Like Korean, Chinese, Japanese, I feel it's a rather easy difference. If you have any sort of extent of it being kind of, immersed in the culture, really, especially the writing systems. The writing systems are completely different. It's almost like rather weird that, I don't know, it's always weird to me that I see people going like, oh, which writing system is that? Is that Japanese? And then it's Chinese, because like it's nowhere similar. It's nowhere similar, truly. In the anime will never be out of politics. My favorite anime waifu currently Inuyasha. He counts as a waifu, right? Because he has the hair. Probably similar for people not familiar with the Latin alphabet. But languages written in the Latin alphabet, that's true. That's also true, yeah, definitely. Pumpkin vines and leaves? Nice! Atheist content on YouTube did drift off into right-wing pro-Russia politics. Yeah, true. First into right-wingers, and then slowly was like, which like weirds me out quite a lot, because I don't know why right-wingers from Europe would be pro-Russian. It seems idiotic to me. It seems idiotic, right? How are you a right-winger? How are you supposed to be, nationalistic, patriotic son of a bitch? And then you're supporting Russia, which hates you and sees you as scum of the earth. How do you do that too at the same time? It's just idiotic, Right-wingers, I feel, should be the most pro-European, pro-Western people we have. So it's rather disappointing to see the ways that they have been behaving, really. Fascism is international as fuck, and Russia is fascist, yeah. But like, I don't know. Even when it comes to like fascism, like if you're European fascist, I don't see why you would be pro-Russian. I can't. When I look at European trash in like far-right circles, I don't understand why it's connected to being pro-Russian. Right? Because Russia hates you. Russia hates you. How can you be, in any sort of a way, pro-European, pro your country, pro-German, pro-French, pro-whatever? How can you be that and then at the same time supportive of Russia? It just doesn't make sense to me. Just atheist in my name, they wouldn't fund me. Oh shit. Can't pronounce Srpska. Srpska! Yeah, because it gets Srpsk. Srpsk. So it's hard for outsiders. It's hard for outsiders, I guess. It's like us having a island that's called Krk. And then whenever outsiders come, we're like, hey, which island are you going to? And they have to say Krk, because they can't say Krk. Hey, yo, Mayor, how's life going? What's new? Every atheist I know is left supporters. But right-wingers? That's interesting to me, because I know a lot of atheists who do fall on the right too. But I do know left-wingers too. Why? You know why? I know why. It depends on whether they are militant atheists or not, because militant atheism is connected to anti-Islam views. Think, what's the name of that British cock? Of that British little dude that I'm really salty about. Atheist, militant atheist, was really popular when I was in my edgy phase. Dawkins. Is it Dawkins? I think it's Dawkins. Dawkins, the moron of a man. I hate that man right now. I'm pissed off about the man, alright? Proper atheist, nice, GG, alright? Recently has an interview. They ask him about the current, religious situation in the world. Man goes into bullshit about how he supports having a Christian society, and he likes the idea of having society built on Christian values more than he likes the idea of having society with Muslim values. Like, you fucking idiot. What, how? The representation of fucking atheism is a dude simping for supposed Christian values? The fuck is that? Dawkins of 2014 would hear that interview and piss on it. But no, today, oh, no. You gotta run together with the Christians, I guess. You gotta run together with the right-wingers. Just bullshit. What a stupid way to say it. A lot of the right-wing parties in Europe and get a lot of funding from Russia. That's true. And then whenever you point it out, it's like I feel people don't understand the strength of the issue, right? Because I always point it out when there's a conversation about immigration, because in a lot of situations, Russia has been creating the immigration problem for Europe, right? So, for example, you have the current situation with Syria, with a lot of Syrian refugees running away from Syria, coming to Europe to seek shelter. Who the fuck is bombing them in Syria? It's Russians. Russians are directly aiding Assad in killing his own people, right? So you have Russia influencing the creation of the refugee crisis in Europe, and then Russia pays for right-wing parties to be bitching about the refugee crisis in Europe, and then the right-wing parties funded by Russia get more votes because they are talking about a problem created by Russia in the first place. Like they created the issue and now they are profiting from it. Wild, just wild to watch. Which is why we need centrists and we need left-wingers to be also louder about their own attempts to control the crisis currently. We need someone who's not paid by Russians and fucked by Russians to be leading the path. Croatian name for Croatia? Hrvatska. 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 Friends with one of the largest atheist streamers on YouTube. Oh man, who is one of the largest atheist streamers on YouTube? Ukrainian right-wing nationalist conservatives are anti-Russian, but in religion, some Orthodox are anti-Russian, some Protestant, some pagan. Oh nice, you have pagans. Like a big movement. I feel that's really interesting. The only religious discrimination I support is not eating the traditional food from Protestant North Sea coastal regions. Like the English? Is it gonna be English? Can you be specific? Yeah, English, Scottish, Dutch, Norwegian, Danish, North German. I can agree with that. Yeah, like they created the immigration problem, then they spread messages against immigration. And also specifically like the problem with them pushing immigrants over the border into Poland. Same shit. And then you have right-wingers in Europe going like, have you seen how many immigrants are trying to cross over the border into Poland? Oh, they even killed one of the border guards there. Oh no, guys, we need to control immigration. And then everyone goes to vote for the right-wingers, which are directly connected to the Kremlin, which is causing the problem in the first place. Nah, I'm so salty about how easy it is for us to fall down this path of, propping up Russia. I'm so salty. It's so simple. It's so simple. And it works. Why does it work? It's absurd that it works. Some nationalists are more fans of Scandinavian or other pagan cultures. We call that. We usually call these people Nazis here. Because they usually be having ties. They usually be having ties. Oh my man, I saw a very disturbing video of Russians recently. I will not be showing it to you on stream, but this reminded me of it. Why is he... Okay. Is that gonna be not safe for work? Dusty Smith? Do I know who that is? Let me look him up. I wonder what atheist content is like today, in this day and age. This idiot's gonna just light himself on fire. Dusty Smith? Whoa, alright. Well, looks interesting. Gotta save him. He's looking into the rise of Christian nationalism in USA too? Well, oh, my man. Oh, he just let him... Have you guys seen that recent Twitter post from that one woman? There was this one woman, and she dated a Russian for a while. And then she made a post about how like people should not be allowed to criticize Russians until they have a Russian boyfriend, because only by having a Russian boyfriend you can actually know the true depth of the Russian soul. It makes me think of this. Pagans like Nietzsche for saying basically pagan religion for strong men and Christian is for pussy persons. I don't really remember Nietzsche saying that. I don't really remember him saying that, but alright. I'll have to look into it. Watching religious influencers makes me go atheist. Oh, there was one really, really good influencer though. I have to show you a religious influencer, really. What's the name? I think it's this one. God is Grey. It's this one. She used to be really good, but again, back in 2014, 15, 16. I don't know what she's doing right now. She's doing stuff on porn stars, apparently. Jesus say I also can't. No, God is Grey was amazing because she was doing religious content, but the perspective that she uses in approaching religious content was really different than the perspective that I've seen a lot of other people using at the time. And I specifically remember she was having like lots of conversations with other Christian influencers, and you know, I was always she was always in the right, my dude. She was always in the right. I'm saying this objectively, not just because I liked her views. She was always correct, but she always had this. You know how people, when they criticize Christians for being bitches, and people will be like, oh, didn't Jesus tell you to love your neighbor? And then like Christians have no answer to it because Jesus did tell you to love your neighbor, and what you're doing is not really loving your neighbor in many situations. In plenty of cases, the positions she has are tied to loving your neighbor strongly, right? So even when she talks about things that religion considers sinful, she's always approaching it from the position of like, yeah, you're allowed to stumble, you're allowed to make some mistakes, you're allowed to rediscover yourself, you still have love, and we should still be accepting you, and we should still be trying to support you as a community. So overall, like she was alright. I have no idea who her target audience is. I forgot about this woman for a very long time. So I've got no idea. I've got no idea, to be honest. Conversations about gender. Let me see what she has popular. Oh shit, 5 years ago. I didn't watch any of that. Did watch that drama? Can Christians masturbate? I mean, if you guys want to learn, if you guys want to be learning about this, I guess we could watch it. But yeah. From medieval Christianity in Europe to meta-mythology about the development of myths in pagan religions. Yeah, mythology is really, really cool. And I like the way, especially how it connects to the society at the time. That's what I really, really love, because like sometimes you can look into certain developments in religious views at the time and you can connect them to certain, like, I don't know, big wars happening or stuff like that, just societal changes overall, and I think that's really, really, really interesting. So for example, I don't know, the Christian church and the way that it stopped having masses all in Latin and then switched to having them in, you know, languages of whichever area they were in, and how this was a result of kind of dismantling this idea of the priests being so higher up than the average person, then like you weren't supposed to understand what they were talking about because you were so low of a human compared to them, right? They were speaking the mass in Latin and you were not supposed to understand. You were not supposed to learn Latin because it wasn't the language for you. You were such a scum of a human that you didn't need to understand. And how, as a society, we kind of moved away from that view, and how you see that reflected in the ways that masses were held. I like that a lot. I find that really, really interesting. Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Cool historical stuff with Bible studies. Oh, nice. Never heard. Wait. That sounds really, really interesting. I think her target audience for a while used to be people who watch these types of creators. Like, I don't know if you remember Girl Defined. But it was just basically two Christian women making rules for women as to how they're supposed to be acting, right? So it was like, this is makeup you're allowed to wear, this is clothing you're allowed to wear, this is what you're allowed to do on dates, this is what sort of marriage you're allowed to have, stuff like that. Like just making up rules out of thin air. It makes no sense. Like who the fuck are you to tell other women what sort of makeup they're allowed to be wearing, right? Who are you? What sort of an authority are you? So they were in no position to be making that stupid ass content and placing themselves as some sort of religious authority on these questions in the first place. But they did it regardless. And I know for a while, again back like 2014, she was making content mostly debunking that sort of a thing to kind of, you know, bring you on the right track. Wasn't soft radicalized by right-wing donors. Hey! One Christian died from no sexual activity. You can die from that? Can you die from that? Saving Private Ryan. I have never actually seen the whole movie, not gonna lie. Never seen the entirety of it. They have entire categories of religious propaganda for holidays. They call them Hallmark movies. Fuck, wait, I know that. I get those on our TV sometimes. Wild shit. Wild shit. If some bad people come, go to that specific place in the woods. Celtic fortifications from like 500 BC. Nice! Oh, that's really, really cool. That is really, really, really cool. I like the idea of paganism overall. I just adore it. Oh, the actual name of the channel is Ancient Egypt and the Bible. I thought that was the name of the video. Nice. We need to be looking into this shit. We need to be doing like ancient history. I'm interested in ancient history. I'm not allowed to have another hyperfixation. All right? I'm not allowed to have another hyperfixation because currently I've started redecorating my... I want to make it into a library, but we'll see what comes out of the room. But I'm currently redecorating it, so what I'm trying to do at this point is read every single book I have in the personal libraries, just so I can flex with having read them all. Currently I'm on Don Quixote, the first edition. So yeah, I'm not allowed to take fixation onto the ancient Egypt because I will never finish reading my books. No one's immune to propaganda, true. Only Richard Dawkins can say. I have his book. I have the Dawkins book, the fuck, what's the name of it? Devil's something? Fuck, what's the name of his stupid book? It's not even a bad book. It's not even a bad book. What books does he have? Fuck, I can't remember it. I'll have to bring it if I don't find it. It was the only one that was in my, bibliography. Devil's Chaplain, that's the one. I have this one. And it's like actually a good book. It's a good book. I bought it because I was a fan of the man at the time, so I got it. So it's a good one. It's just that kind of feels sad that he went down the path of, you know, Islamophobia and shit like that. Kind of feels a bit, I don't know. To see the great ones fall, it's kind of sad, isn't it? 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. European time. Ah, bullshit! It's like Dylan Burns. He also does that thing with streaming in very American times. I fucked up my stream schedule. Holy shit, priorities, Vicky. Sleep schedule. I fucked up my sleep schedule so badly when I was trying to watch that man regularly. Completely fucked it. He starts at like midnight my time. And then by the point he actually gets into it, it's like 1:30, and then I get into it too, and then I want to watch the entirety of the stream, and then I have to wake up in the morning. Ebooks? I have not actually tried ebooks. But it's because I'm very chaotic as a person. I'm very chaotic as a person. So what I do is I'll be reading a book, and while I'm reading a book, I have my Obsidian opened, and then I write notes in Obsidian. Like I started writing, let me show you my Obsidian on this. I started with the idea of reading my personal library yesterday, right? Yesterday. So far what I have is just a couple of quick notes on the writer. Let me see if it's opened. Let me see if I can open the window. Properties. Oh shit, Obsidian. Here it is. Here it is. So right now, this is what I have. I took a bunch of notes on the writer only. That's that. And also I took some notes on Renaissance and Baroque. Why? All right, reconnection successful. I know why he's doing that. Why? All right, reconnection successful. I know why he's doing that. Why does he keep on doing that? He did it twice this stream. Usually he does it once. Should I be like... I don't know. Deinstalling it and bringing it back? Yeah. No, it wasn't a misclick. He just goes down. I don't know why he goes down. He does that sometimes, and at one point I googled it. I googled like why does OBS just like crash sometimes, and the answer I got on Google was, oh, he just be like that sometimes. He just be like that sometimes. That's that. Fuck. Wait, where was I on reading? Yeah, The God Delusion is also apparently a good one. But my favorite books. Carl Sagan. I got the Blue Dot, and I've got the Cosmos one. Loving them. The God Delusion was the best. I don't have the God Delusion. Now kind of want to get it. I want to get it from the time he was still like normal. Hate reading on a screen, but I haven't tried one of the nice Kindle paper. But oh yeah, like with the pages, like whoosh, 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 whoosh. I like that. I just, You know what's the problem? I really like the aesthetics of having books. I really like the aesthetics of having them on a shelf to flex with. I really like it. I don't know. So it's like if I have them all on Kindle, then it feels like it's going to take away the incentive for me to actually buy like paperback covers. And how am I going to be flexing then? It's not like I'm going to be like, hey, look at my books and show you my Kindle. No. I need to be flexing to people with my like actual physical book collection. Also, I really love having very old, well illustrated books. I don't know if Kindle offers you the possibility of like seeking out specific editions, but I really love seeking out like very old and as illustrated books as possible. I love them. Like they add so much to the story. Truly, they add so much to the story. Like currently, I'm looking for the Yellow King, The King in Yellow, which was a book mentioned on the stream on Monday. And I've learned that there is an edition with like incredible illustrations existing. Might be in my local store, so I'll have to check it out because I want to read the book entirely, but also I really want to have the cool little illustrations on it. Gaming, atheism, Islamophobia, right-wing politics, pro-Russian bullshit. Oh yeah. Yeah, I see that. Absolutely. Hey, Walter, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Fuck, wait, where did I? Das Capital and put it in display on background. Could do that too. I have like two humongous Tito books. Red like the blood of communists. I could be putting them on display too. Just to kind of have them, just kind of lure them in. For a while, because I was trying to flex with the fact that I really love reading, and I wanted to get more reading people into my social platform circle. On Twitter, I was using like, you know how you can have your name and then you can add some emojis after it? For a while, I was using the book emoji, and I made the mistake of using the red one, and I didn't know it was supposed to be a symbol for communism. Had no idea, but I was getting absolutely deranged people on my profile And then I would be like, wait, why do you feel it's okay to say these things? And they'd be like, oh, what do you mean these things? Like, aren't we on the same page here? And I would be like, no. And I learned it's because of the dumbass red book in my name. Had no idea. So, yeah. Pro tip for you, don't. Like, if you see red, just don't. It attracts them. It's like a pile of shit, and then the flies go to it. Just don't do that. Hitchens was brilliant. Hitchens was absolutely brilliant. Love the man. Love the man. He had a really, really good debate. I think it was one of the first debates I've ever watched on the topic. It was Hitchens and what's his name? The Brit. Stephen Fry. Am I thinking of the correct people? I think it was Hitchens and Stephen Fry versus some religious people. And the debate was about homosexuality. Fuck, wait, let me save this to be opened. Was it this one? Fuck, I don't know which specific video it was. I don't know which specific video it was, but I remember it being rather good. Intelligence Squad debate, yeah, possibly this one. But it was really, really good. It was really, really good. So yeah, recommended. 1424. Man, I wanted to open it, but like it's a long video.
Now, I'm sorry, though, to have to begin by disagreeing with His Grace. If you're going to be a serious grown-up person and appear to defend the Catholic Church in public in front of an educated and literate audience, you simply have to start by making a great number of
Wasn't it true that someone from his
and
family
requests
was
for
pro-Russian,
contrition
though?
and forgiveness. Now, you might ask...
Am I imagining this?
You're fully entitled to ask, brothers and sisters, who am I to say
Because
that?
I feel I remember reading
Well,
the
in
words.
Jubilee
We
Millennium Year of 2000,
lost the wrong one.
the Vatican spokesman, Bishop
Like we should have
Marini said,
still had Christopher,
whole
and we should
sermon
have
of
lost
apology
the other
given by
one,
His
who's a
Holiness
cunt.
the Pope,
But I don't remember
that
who
was
it
supposed
is.
to cover the
Hey,
entire history of the
Christopher
Church
Wallace,
in
how are
its
you
Jubilee year.
doing?
That I'll quote
Fuck, now I have
Bishop
to look
Marini
into it.
directly. He said, given the number of sins we've committed in the course of 20 centuries, reference to them must necessarily be rather summary. Well, I think Bishop Marini had that just about right. I'll have to be summary too, but I think he said just about the least of it. His Holiness on that occasion, it was March the 12th, 2000, if you wish to look it up, begged forgiveness for, among some other things, the Crusades, the Inquisition, the persecution of the Jewish people, injustice towards women, that's half the human race right there, and the forced conversion of indigenous peoples, especially in South America. And that
Yeah, his
followed
brother. It's Peter
a whole
Hitchens.
series of preceding apologies, or
Peter
apologies, I would
Hitchens.
say, of a
That's the
kind
one.
made by the late Pope John Paul,
English
who,
conservative author, broadcaster, journalist, and
troubles me not at all
commentator.
to
That's
say,
the one. That's the
was a
one.
very
It's like
impressive
full
and serious human
atheism going towards
it followed
pro-Russian
no less
views.
than 94, count them, public recognitions on his part of appalling crime and error and cruelty and stupidity and offences to the free intelligence, ranging from, I shall be summary, like Bishop Marini, the African slave trade, apologized for in 1995, the admission that Galileo was right.
By the way, just like when you're listening to this, I want you to remember that Dawkins, in his speech about how he would love living in a Christian society, like this is what he normalizes. You understand? This is why I'm saying that these bastards, the bastards that are atheists of today, would not be existing in their current form in 2014, because shit that Dawkins is saying today is not the shit he would be okay with saying 10 years ago, right? Because 10 years ago they understood the problem. 10 years ago they were understanding what the issue was, and what it means that our society has normalized crimes done by the Catholic Church. But today what you have a lot of atheists doing is kind of turning a blind eye to that in order to turn to Islamophobia, because that is more popular with the right-wing audiences that they have accumulated around themselves. And then you have Islamophobia, and then again you have pro-Russian views right in it. Europe's doing well this morning. Europe's doing well this morning. I guess I'm doing well this morning. It's Friday. Fuck, also I'm keeping Obsidian over it so you can't see what's going on. Hey yo, Kim, how are you doing? Yeah, my Obsidian, my OBS has crashed twice. OBS crashed twice so far.
About the relationship
Fighting
between
misinformation.
the sun
What's
and
new
the
in
earth and
misinformation?
other orbs,
USA.
which came in 1992, one might add. No, I won't say. It's too easy to say better late than never. Here, I said it. To violence and torture, legalized torture. Torture was legalized and institutionalized by the Roman pontiff during the Counter-Reformation. That came in 1995.
Yeah, Peter
and,
Hitchens
of
is
course,
blaming
silence during
the,
Hitler's final
quote,
solution, or show,
arrogant West
as well as in 1999
for the
coming in just
Ukraine
under the Millennium
crisis.
Jubilee wire, an apology for the burning alive in
Yeah.
the main square
So
of
yeah,
Prague of the great
we
Czech
did
Protestant
lose the
Jan
wrong one.
Hus. Since that big fiesta of forgiveness that began in, or culminated, I might say, in 2000, fiesta of forgiveness, fiesta of asking for it.
Most of what I've seen from USA,
papacies also
most
asked
of
to
what
be
I've seen from
forgiven
USA
the sack
yesterday,
of
today,
Constantinople and the massacre
was about
of Byzantine
Zelensky
Christianity in April 1204,
endorsing
as part
Kamala.
of the Fourth Crusade.
That's
The
mostly
anathema
what I've
on all
noticed,
Eastern
to be
Orthodox
honest.
Christians as unbelievers, heretics, and people dwelling
I think
outside
currently that's
the health
like
of
the
church
strongest
was lifted only in 1964.
bitchery I've seen on the USA
I call
parts
your
of the
attention to
internet.
that. He also expressed sorrow about the murder and forced conversion of Serbian Orthodox Christians in the Balkans during the Second World War. And it doesn't end there. There are smaller but significant, equally significant, avowals of a very bad conscience. These have included regret for the rape and the torture of orphans and other children in church-run schools in almost every country on earth, from Ireland to Australia. And I'm pleased to see that due reconsideration is now being given, and may in fact have been given, to the hellish, I choose the word carefully, doctrine of limbo, St. Augustine's cruel and stupid disposal problem, solution to a non-existent problem, that is to say, the destination of the souls of unbaptized children. Up until now, Catholic parents have been taught that's where their unbaptized children went, a form of torture that's sometimes worse than the physical. Now it seems that this piece of Augustinian sadism is undergoing reconsideration as well. But remember, this is from a church that, on the whole, cannot err. We still await a more direct admission. For example, I give some suggestions of my own
Trump
while
will
we're at
push
it.
for a ceasefire, which would
I
most
would
likely
like them to
include
take back
forced
the
neutrality.
Concordat
Yeah.
made with Adolf Hitler, the first treaty he ever signed,
No,
giving
absolutely.
the church a monopoly
And I
over
don't even
education
think
in
Zelensky
Germany
is like...
in exchange for the dissolution of the Catholic Centre Party to give the Nazi Party a clear run. I'd have apologized for the Lateran Pact with Mussolini myself, also the first treaty ever signed by that fascist
I don't even think Zelensky is clearly choosing to endorse Kamala specifically. I don't think that was his intention. I do think he was still planning to go into this, like, you know, both siding as he used to before, like, oh, whoever wins in USA, we're going to cooperate. I think he was trying to keep the position that regardless of Trump or Kamala victory, Ukraine will still stand by USA as its ally. But the problem is that Trump has said a lot of horrible shit about Ukraine and a lot of very positive shit about Russia, which pushed him into the idea of, hey, I shouldn't be meeting with Zelensky in the first place, because like if I go and seek out a meeting with him, you know, it's going to be me stepping on my words, which is true. It is true, you know, like you've been shitting on his country all of this time. Why would you now go and agree to a meeting with him? You shouldn't be doing that. If you want to signal that you're not going to stand by his side, then signal you're not going to stand by his side. But I think that this Putin sticking by his words only made him look worse, which is why now, from what I've heard, haven't checked if there's any updates on this, but from what I've seen this morning, Putin did agree to have a meeting with Zelensky after all, because he saw that he looked rather bad being left out of the whole meeting.
in the need for applying to these victims
Pennsylvania
the most
Governor
loving
Mike Shapiro is
pastoral care.
coincidentally a Democrat. Nice.
Well, I'm
Yeah, I've
sorry.
seen something about it.
They've
I did
already
see
had
something
that.
about that. As far as I understand, again,
And to say
he
that
didn't
this is
like
the
openly
responsibility
endorse
laid
her,
upon you by
but
the
Republicans
horrific
did
admission that you've already had to make
refuse
is not accepting
to organize meetings
responsibility
with
in any adult
Zelensky.
sense.
So it was like,
When I say
you know, he
child
wants to
abuse
meet
was
Democrats.
institutional, how dare I say so?
He
How
was
can I
going to
prove
meet
it?
the
How
Democrats.
can I
He was
prove
going to
such a
meet
thing?
people who actually do
Well, I'll
support
ask
him,
the-
which
I'll
made
ask Ms.
Republicans
Grace.
look rather bad.
And I'll ask Anne Whitaker. Where
And
is
also he
Cardinal
was
Bernard
asked
Law
about
now? Where is he?
the couch
Whereas
fuckers
the Cardinal Archbishop of Boston,
views on Ukraine,
whose
and he
resignation
did
was
say that he is
indignantly
radical,
demanded,
which is
finally,
true. Vance
by
is
50
rather
members
radical on
of
the
the
view,
church, and
which
by the
also,
whole
you know,
laity
made some
of
people
Massachusetts,
rather salty about
who
it.
also
And then
demanded his prosecution for the
some of
promotion
them,
and protection and
was it
covering up
Johnson,
and,
was asking for the
apology
Ukrainian
for
ambassador to be
and defense of,
replaced because he saw it as
people
meddling
whose
in
crimes
USA
against
politics.
children are too revolting to specify.
Which I kind of know.
And he's not
He
in the
can't say
jurisdiction
that a
of
person
Massachusetts now,
calling
perhaps you
for a
know.
genocide of your nation is
He's the supreme vicar of the Church
radical.
of Santa Maria
What
Maggiore in
can you
Rome,
say, really?
personally
What
appointed
can
by the
you
Pope
say?
to that as
I
well
don't
as
know.
many other important sinecures. And in 2005, this man,
Zelensky had a great
fugitive
plan
from
for the
justice
meetings,
and
but
from-
Trump
and
is just
from
like herder.
complicity
Let me play
in the
games with the
filthiest
existence of a
crime
country.
that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
possible
yeah.
for
But
a
I
human
think
being to
even
imagine,
Trump is not
was one of
stupid
those
enough to
voting in
not
conclave
understand
to decide who the next vicar of Christ on
what
earth
sort of
will
an
be.
image this creates for him.
I don't know.
Right? Because he doesn't just rely on
I
maggots
think I'd like to see a
who
bit more
are mentally retarded.
confrontation
He just
with
doesn't
the
just rely on
reality of
them
the
to get
business.
the votes. He also
Now,
relies on
this is
Republicans to get the votes. And I think some of the
serious question, as I've
Republicans,
said.
even the
And
ones who
Whitaker
are
very
still
often
Republicans
rightly, in my
today, even
opinion,
though
attacks
I
the
feel
climate of moral
most normal ones would
relativism
not be calling
and if
themselves
anything
Republicans
goes
at this
that can
point,
very
considering
well
the
be
state of the
handmaiden
party.
of postmodernist
But out of the ones who have
hedonistic
stayed,
culture. I very often
it's rather
am glad that
hard
she
to
points
get
these
support
things out. But
for a
the rape and
man,
torture of
you
children
know,
is
willing
not
to
something
bend
be
over
relativized.
for
It's not
one of the
something to be
greatest
excused
geopolitical
as a
threats
few
to
bad
USA.
priests.
It's rather
It
hard,
certainly
and
must
I
be
think he's
excused by the
figuring now that, you know,
idiocy,
his
false
entire
claim
thing
made
with
by some
licking
Catholic
Putin's
conservatives
arse
that this
isn't
wouldn't
really
have
making
happened
him
if
look
queers
that
hadn't
good.
been allowed into the church. Sorry to say that queerdom in the church
Oh
is
yeah,
an
yeah,
old
Mike
story
Johnson.
and
Zelensky
it's
to
worse,
recall
it's
the
much
Ukrainian
worse than
ambassador.
pornography,
Yes,
and it's much worse than bad
oh, I
language
had
on
an
TV.
incredible discussion
And it's the crime that cries out
with a person
for punishment.
on
It's the
this
thing that
because
if
they
we
were like,
accused
oh,
of on
Mike
this side of the House,
Johnson,
we
actually,
would
Mike Johnson is
die
so
rather
brave.
than
Mike
admit.
Johnson
And
is
if we
so
were guilty of
incredible.
it,
Mike
we'd kill
Johnson
ourselves. And it's
was
the
willing
one
to
thing the
put
church
his
has decided
entire
to
career
excuse
in
itself
danger
for
to
under
give
this
aid
papacy.
to Ukraine.
The same
Okay, so
euphemism
Mike
comes
Johnson and
in
Republicans
the
are
term
fully
some
siding with
Christians
Ukraine.
that is used in all
And
the
she posted this
apologies about
article,
the
and the
Crusades,
article
the
says Mike
Inquisitions,
Johnson
the anti-Semitic
risked
pogroms and all the rest
his
of it. And some Christians
political
fell into
career
error.
to aid
Some
Ukraine.
Christians allowed themselves to be
Guess who the risk is coming from?
deceived in this way.
Because it was
to
not
act
coming from
against the
Democrats at
gospel.
all. It was coming from other
Well,
Republicans. Like
anti-Semitism
she
was
goes, oh,
preached as an
Republicans
official
support
doctrine of the
Ukraine.
church
Here's
until
the evidence of it. It's
1964.
that dude
Do you think
risking
that might
his
have
entire
something to
career
do
to
with
support
public
Ukraine.
opinion in
And
Austria
the article is
and
literally all the
Bavaria
other
and
Republicans
Poland
were so
and
salty about him
Lithuania
doing
that
this
the Jewish
that
people were accused
he didn't know if he's
collectively
going to remain
as a
in
people
position.
of deicide, of the crime of the murder of God in the figure
The fuck do you
of
mean?
Jesus
They
of Nazareth.
obviously made their
And
allegiance
that
very,
anathema
very
then was
clear
not
several
lifted
times so
until
far.
64.
So yeah,
Well
I
after
genuinely can't blame Zelensky for
perpetrators of the
just kind
Holocaust
of
had stood trial in secular
going the
courts
path
and been
of
rightly punished for their actions.
whoever's
How can this
actually
church
going
say
to
it has any
keep
moral
his people
superiority? It
alive.
has difficulty catching up to what ordinary people regard
Orban did visit
as
Trump.
common,
That's true. That's
moral,
true. That's
and
true.
ethical
There was
sense.
another
And it
thing which
still
was like, oh
can't
yeah,
make
yeah,
itself apologize
Zelensky should
properly.
not be
And
allowed
I'll
to
tell you
meddle
why.
in USA politics and he should not be allowed
Because,
to
and I'll quote
endorse
again from
Kamala
News
Harris.
Articles,
But when
that
we
he said
have
of
Trump
the crusades,
endorsing, when we
of
have
the
Orban
complicity with the
endorsing Trump,
Holocaust,
suddenly it's like
of
alright
the
because
political and
it's Orban
diplomatic alliance
endorsing
with
Trump. That's
fascism.
okay. Can't have
Of
Zelensky
all of
endorsing
these
someone,
things, it
but
is said,
Orban?
well,
Why not
violence
Orban?
was
I don't
committed,
know.
but I'll
The most
stress
corrupt
this,
man
I'll
in all of
underline it, I'll
Europe.
quote
I
directly,
can't see
in
why
the
you
service
would
of the
not
truth.
be wanting to allow him to endorse one
So
of your
how is an
political
apology
candidates. I don't
possible?
see why that would be a problem.
How is any
It's such a
understanding or
stupid
undertaking or
situation.
firm purpose of amendment to be allowed?
But yeah,
when
no
the
respect for
original
Mike
sin,
Johnson at all. Fuck
so
that
to
man.
say, the radix malorum, the fons et origo,
Major
the problem in
Taylor
the
Greene
first
wanted to
place
kick him
is the
out, and Mike
belief
Johnson
on the
went
part of
begging
this
to
church
Trump for
that it
help.
does possess a truth that we don't have, and it does
Oh
have
man,
a God-given
that
right
is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
A warrant,
Marjorie Taylor
a
Greene. She's still
mandate
in
of God
politics. She's still
to tell
around. What
other
the fuck
people
is
what
that
to
troll
do,
doing?
not just in their public,
I have not
but
thought
in their
about her in
private
a
lives.
while.
And until that is changed, till that fantastic and
Oh, I
sinister
have
and
completely
non-founded
forgotten
claim
about her.
is changed, these
Mudeng,
crimes
I
will
saw
go
a
on
video of her
repeating
yesterday
themselves,
pretending
being
to
partially
eat some
denied,
leaves.
partially admitted when it's too late to do anything
The
else,
zookeeper
and
was
covered
filming
up.
her and she's like, And he's like, no, she's a
Behind all
baby,
these
she
crimes
can't
and
eat.
miseries
She
is
can't
the
eat solid food.
denial of
Oh, by
what
the
we
way, I
on
have to
this
answer
side
a
of the
phone
House
call. Give me a
affirm,
sec.
which is that the only little candle of hope that our species does possess, our poor bare forked primate mammalian species, of whom you have two such splendid examples on this side of the House and not bad on the other tonight, is the unfettered intelligence, the method of free inquiry in philosophy and in science, and the refusal to admit that any one person can tell you not to do that. It's the one thing I might say I think is, if not sacrosanct or sacred, is, shall we say, essential. And the Church has always stood and still stands against it. Now, in the little time remaining to me, I'll just propose a few more apologies that we might hope to hear in the immediate future. Because there will come a time when the Church will issue apologies and explanations and half-baked appeals for forgiveness for things it's still doing. The readmission as a bishop of Roger Williamson, a member of Marcel Lefebvre's fanatical, hysterical breakaway sect, so-called Society of St. Pius X. Roger Williamson, found hiding in a reactionary, quasi-fascistic establishment in Argentina, has long been a believer that, I'll put this shortly, that the Holocaust did not occur, but the Jews did kill Christ. In other words, genocide no, deicide yes. He was quite rightly excommunicated some years ago, along with several other members of his ratbag organization. But Joseph Ratzinger's invited him back into the communion because to him, having this man, this liar, this fraud, this racist in the church is more important, because it's church unity, than the things that he said and done and continues to stand for. Is
Would I
this
be
not
participating
a
in
crying
phone calls like an
scandal?
adult?
I think that there will be an apology for what happened in Rwanda.
Old school
The most
Republican, part of
Catholic
that
country in
hyper-religious
Africa.
evangelical wing that
One
was
of the most
prominent
Catholic
during the
countries
Bush
in the
years.
world.
Oh,
Where priests and nuns
I see
and
that.
bishops
I
are
genuinely
for
think he's
inciting
foolish.
from their pulpits
I
and on the
don't
church's
know.
radio
Man
stations
has
and
been keeping
newspapers,
the
the
aid
massacre of their brothers
for
and
Ukraine
sisters.
frozen
And the papacy was
for
silent
quite
on
a
this
long
appalling
time.
occasion. And
And
everyone
so,
in Rwanda knows it.
when I think of
And there
old school
hasn't yet
Republicans,
been
I don't know
a
if I
properly
have
written
good
apology
views of
for that
USA and if that's the
disgrace.
problem. When I think of old
Staying
school
in Africa, I
Republicans,
think it will one day
I think
be
of
admitted
people
with
who would
shame
not
that it
be
might have been
cucks.
in error to say that AIDS is
And I
bad
feel
as a
Mike
disease,
Johnson
very
is as
bad,
cuck as it gets,
but not
really,
quite as bad as
when it comes
condoms are
to
bad,
the
or
position
not
on
as
Russia.
immoral in the same
So,
way.
I don't know. Truly, I might be biased, and I guess I am really biased because, I come from the long line of people liking USA for bombing the fuck out of Belgrade. So when you tell me about Americans, especially like old school Republicans in USA, I'm always being like, oh yeah, the people who were willing to defend their allies and people who are willing to fight for American influence and for American strength globally, Johnson, I'm not getting that. I'm getting cuck. I'm getting a cuck from him. That's what I'm getting. Not as bad as Marjorie, because I do believe she's like genuinely sold herself to Russia. I don't think Johnson is as bad, but I do think he's a cuck. Orban is terrifying in a way that he is really, really happy about being as corrupt as possible. PM of Israel went to Trump as well. Oh shit! Oh shit! That creates a whole new situation regarding people not wanting to vote for Kamala because they see her as a supporter of Israel. Like, I don't know. Israel is endorsing Trump, so you wanna choose who you're voting for? Maybe. Try to see who Israel is supporting. Maybe try to do that. Old school Republicans very, very anti-Russian. Yeah, that's how I imagine them too. Very anti-Russian, very understanding of the importance of the American global influence and strength, and how important it is to keep your allies safe and to keep having strong trade with them. And I don't know, overall, just it feels if you want to put America first and if you want to do the MAGA thing, you would do MAGA with strengthening American influence and strengthening their global trade and ensuring that American allies know that it is to their benefit to be working with America. And the Republicans today feel like they're doing exactly the opposite of that. Israel has always been bipartisan. They're always talking about Democrats and Republicans. Yeah, that's too. Wait, nothing changed? MTG highly probably will return? Really? Who the fuck votes for that? Though even on like any scale really, who the fuck votes for that? She doesn't seem to be particularly bright. She doesn't seem to be having some good politics. She doesn't seem to be, I don't know, so-called red district. But like, are they that desperate? There's no one. I don't know, like objectively she seems kind of stupid. Is she not kind of stupid? I might be just getting, I don't know, the like propaganda caricature version of her. Maybe it's that. She doesn't seem really intelligent. Yeah, Muga was based. And it's like the best thing she did. And the best thing she did it accidentally. She didn't want to make it as based as it is, right? But yeah, Muga was good. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen her say something smart or good at all. So I don't know. I don't know. It's the dumbest thing. Why do Democrats keep supporting Israel unconditionally when Netanyahu clearly favors Republicans? Wait, I think Democrats are more in favor of a ceasefire. But also, yeah, supporting Israel in a way of seeing it as the Western-style democracy fighting for its right to exist, right? Since his district is very Republican, she probably will beat the Democrat opponent soon too. I don't know. It's so weird to me how idiotic she is. By the way, talking about Orban, I saved a video on Fidesz. Saved a video against Fidesz. But yeah, I don't know.
This video is brought to you.
Ad-free? No, thank you. Biden is the most pro-Israel president in a long time, but all American presidents have been pro-Israel. Yeah, true. Israel is an ally. And you cannot betray your ally. I do think Biden did have some comments that were not really against Israel, but I think were placing him on more of a neutral ground regarding that, like trying to call out Israel for targeting civilians and stuff like that. He did have his moments of where I think the voting body should have recognized him as the really only possible candidate if they want to be pro-Palestinian. But yeah, feels like I don't know, whatever sort of comments he makes, Trump is making worse ones. So it's kind of a dumb situation with USA in the first place. They might end up being an ally of China or maybe Russia. The thing is, though, that Israel already was an ally of Russia. Netanyahu and Putin already had very close ties, right? They already were allies. The change came when Russia made it clear that they support Hamas, specifically Hamas, not even the state of Palestine, but like Hamas directly. And I think this is where Israelis like thought about their allegiances, maybe. Thought about them for a second. So not entirely sure how this is going to play out right now, but they were allies of Russia already. So considering that situation, you know, I feel already they're not as close of an ally as a lot of us want to think they are. Because, you know, you can't go around and base a bunch of your political propaganda on the fact that you're really, really close to Putin and Putin likes you so much, and then at the same time be an ally of the Western world. It doesn't really work like that. Wagner or something like Wagner. Oh, I haven't seen that. I did see that Russia supported them and got Hamas representatives in Kremlin. Was it like last year, like right after the attack happened? Because I remember a lot of Israelis were pissed off about it.
Minister Viktor Orban has been in power for 14 years now. However, Orban's reign now looks increasingly under threat from a new and popular challenge.
Wait, but like... Fuck, I need an update on the situation with Lebanon. Holy shit. But when it comes to Hezbollah being more powerful than Hamas, is it not true, though, that they don't seem to be having as much international support as was expected they would have? Because I remember reading... Fuck, I don't even remember whose analysis it was. But I'm much more knowledgeable on Europe than I am on the situation there. So I would need to like refresh my memory. But I do remember that Hezbollah is losing international support. So it seems that they by themselves do have more strength, right? But they don't seem to have as much outside support as they hoped that they would be having, is the way I'm understanding it. They fought a war with Israel in 2006 and it was basically a draw. And now they're more powerful than 2006. Say that. With aid of USA though. With aid of USA, I'm feeling it might be a draw again. People care a lot about Palestine and Gaza. Nobody really cares about Lebanon. True. It's one of those situations where I think it really shows the way that people have gotten involved in conversations about the topic. Because it reminds me of people not caring about Syria. It's like you don't really care about the situation. Right? You remember Hinkle, for example, when Hinkle was posting videos of people killed in Syria, and then he lied about these videos being of people killed in Gaza, and then people were sharing these videos all around. Like, if you fall for that type of fake video being shared, and you don't know what's happening in Syria at all, and you don't care what's happening in Syria at all, I feel I can't really take the concern for Palestine seriously. It would be like someone caring for, the situation in Ukraine and Russia, but then, for example, not knowing that Russia occupies part of Georgia currently. It's like, even if maybe we agree on the side you picked, even though we don't really, but imagine you agree with someone on the side they picked when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but like if they don't know the situation with Georgia and the situation with Ichkeria, and the situation with Russia threatening Baltics, for example, and using Belarus as their proxy to push immigrants into Poland, if they don't know about like what's going on everywhere else, do they really care, or do they just pick a position of social media and run with it? Hezbollah is like a country with a country, or more like a country within a failed state. Say that. I'm feeling... Like, regardless of all of that, I'm feeling Israel could, like, defeat them. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know if it's based on, like, the recent pager operation. I don't know if it's based on that. I don't know if that operation, like, really created in me the idea that Israel could be doing stuff more efficiently than we've seen them do stuff so far. But, I don't know. I'm feeling like, I'm feeling I wouldn't really dare to bet on the outcome of that. Palestinians in large part support Hamas, while Lebanese don't support Hezbollah. Oh, so the thing about invading Lebanon to fight against Hezbollah is that you're going to have a lot of victims of people who don't really support the terrorist organization in the first place. Israel knows this, and they try to make strikes more precisely. I see that. Pager thing? I'm kind of... I don't know, my man. I'm not that fully against the pager operation. I think it was done rather smartly. I think, like, when we talk about the efficiency of of operations against terrorist organizations. I think blowing up pagers that you are sure only members of the terrorist organizations have in the first place, I think it's kind of like the best thing you can do, really. I want to know if there is another way to fight against them, which is going to cause less casualties on the side. You know what I mean? I want to know if there was any way to do it with less collateral damage, basically. I don't know. It seems rather clean as an operation overall. Seems rather clean. Might want to find a summary. Oh shit, if the summary exists, I would love it. I would love it. I've actually only recently gotten into researching more of the situation, but so far, to be honest, I managed to find one good book, and the book is specifically on Iran. So yeah, right now I'm gonna be learning about Iran and the history of Iran. Everything else, you'll need to wait. Needs to wait for me to get more books. How can you prevent the pagers from falling into civilian hands? You can't. You can never 100% prevent something like that happening. It doesn't matter what sort of military operation you do, right? Like, I don't know if you remember Ukraine, for example, hitting that Russian bridge that they were using to resupply their troops. And they hit it at like, what was it, like 3 in the morning? Where they were sure that there's going to be the least amount of civilians on the bridge, right? So you hit it at the darkest point of night, where you're like, no one's going to be driving the stupid bridge at this point. And still there were civilians on the bridge. There was a civilian car on the bridge and some civilians died, right? You can never be 100% sure that you're not going to have collaterals from these types of operations, right? But blowing up specifically Hezbollah pagers is rather clean of an operation. Like, I don't know what else you could do to make it have less collaterals, really. What's the other option? Because any sort of fighting against terrorists is going to be a situation where you will be having to figure out ways to minimize civilian casualties as much as possible. You will never be able to bring them to zero, but you will have to figure out ways to minimize civilian casualties, because a lot of terrorist organizations, unfortunately, like to be hiding between civilians. So it's never possible to only get civilians into safety and to only have Hezbollah, you know, to be the strikes in that situation. Like, I remember when it comes to a pager operation, like one of the victims of the pager operation was a girl, a daughter of one of the terrorists, and she was like bringing the pager to her father when it blew up, something like that. You know, it's a huge tragedy, but like at the same time, you're like, how can we minimize it? How could you minimize the operation, the possibility of collaterals more than that? America's role in preventing democracy in Iran. Oh yeah, I'm actually looking forward to learning about that too, because I genuinely, when it comes to history of Iran, I don't know much. I don't know much at all. Mass looting and robbery in Russia's Kursk region. Oh no, didn't we know about this? Other military units have to be taken off the front to restore order. Some of our units, showing clear signs of decomposition, were noted for mass looting, robbery, and other nastiness. Imagine I'm attaching a link to an enemy resource. It's horrible, but it doesn't solve the problem because the stated facts correspond to shameful realities. Man! Combat units had to be diverted to deal with this. Plus, the military police finally got to work for their intended purpose. Bro, who's surprised by this, though? Who's surprised by this? Residents of Border Village took Russian soldiers who were robbing their house by surprise. Oh my man. Direct consequence of American foreign policy. I'm genuinely uneducated on the topic. I am genuinely fully uneducated on the topic. Like, completely. So I can't be making guesses until I learn more about it. Trying not to comment too much on shit I know nothing about, because I saw some Asmongold videos yesterday. I came back to using Threads, and there was an Asmongold video on Threads, and I had a conversation with some dudes there in the replies about Asmongold, in which I called him out for his shit takes on Ukraine, And did you know that at the start of this invasion, my man, did you know at the start of the invasion, 2022, Asmongold was live streaming and he makes a comment about like Russia invading Ukraine. And he listened to this. He fucking correctly compares it to Nazi Germany. But he goes, well, Nazi Germany was a nation that wanted the war. But Russians are not a nation that wants the war. So like you shouldn't be angry towards Russians because they are not a part of the nation that wants the war. It is the government. But Nazi Germany, in comparison, was actually a nation that wanted the war. Like everyone wanted it. Asman, what are you doing? Asman, what are you doing? So I had a whole discussion with his fan about it. And it kind of reminded me that maybe sometimes you shouldn't be talking about stuff that you know nothing about. Because Asman lately, he did collect money for Ukraine. He did fundraise. He did collect money for Ukraine, right? And in the video itself, he seems rather uneducated on the topic of anything, really. I don't know if he knew where Ukraine is on the map. So it's like a very clear video. Hey, Maniac, welcome. It's a very clear video of like a man knowing nothing about Ukraine or Russia trying to like guess his way through commentary. You know what I mean? It's a silly little thing. Because he's sitting there, he's being like, yeah, invasion, very bad. But like, this is Putin, this is just Putin. And the Osman fan that I was talking about, he also had the same position of like, oh, this is just Putin, it's only Putin. Russians don't want this, it is just Putin. If Putin were to die today, the war would end. But if Hitler were to die during World War II, the war would continue because the German nation wanted the war, right? So like that's the difference between the two. Like, what the fuck are you basing that on? Nothing. Playing some stupid games, I guess. Nothing else, really. But yeah, overall, learning about Asmon made me figure out that maybe sometimes it's smart to not comment on topics you don't know much about. Like Middle Eastern situation. Have a stream, Radical. What did you learn about, by the way? Iran has or had the longest continuous bureaucracy in history. Some forms were very similar from the time of Xerxes of 300 to the 1970s and probably still very similar. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Holy shit. Hey, good morning. How are you doing? Morning. Nazi Germany and the current Russian state have something in common in that both were former great empires that had been humiliated within the past few decades and were attempting to regain glory through revisionism. Yeah, I see that. I think that's a good way to say it, yeah. I see that. Solovyev said Putin is not relevant. If something happens, Russia must stay strong against the West. Yeah, no, definitely. Wait, is that what the Vlad Vexler video is supposed to be about? This one? Because I didn't see the Solovyev video, so I didn't watch the video. That wasn't necessary to say that. That was a stupid sentence. I didn't see the Solovyev clip in which he says this. But do you remember previously, like I'm 100% certain of this, I'll have to find it. Previously, there was a time of like a week in Russian political media spaces where propagandists were making ideas of like Putin getting replaced. It was a week and it was a few of them just being like, well, maybe he's not able to lead us to victory. Maybe he's not able to do this properly, right? And at the time also, I remember a lot of people being very, very hopeful about the idea of Putin getting replaced actually, or like being close to death or something. And of course nothing happened because Putin is not close to being replaced nor close to death. And even if he were, it wouldn't matter. So it's not like these videos should be giving you hope in the first place. But I had the assumption the current Solovyev video is basically that. Iranian ambassador is an innocent victim of pager Mossad attack. Hey, Timbers, how are you doing? Ukraine situation. If Czechoslovakia didn't give up Bohemia and Nazi Germany is unable to conquer Czechoslovakia. Oh, yeah, basically. Yeah, true. And then you have Trump pushing for what would be the current day version of the Munich betrayal. That's what you're having right now. You're having Trump pushing for the current day version of Munich betrayal, which is also, I don't know, wild to see the rise of World War III doomerism on social media again. Whenever there's new age to Ukraine, you see people going, oh yeah, no, they're bringing us closer to World War III. Fucking wild. Just fucking wild. Like, have you people learned nothing from history? Because I swear you have learned nothing. Holy shit, that emote. Hey, what did that dude say recently? He had a video out. Was it also World War III doomerism? What's his name? Jones? Alex Jones? Is that the one? He made a video recently. I think it was World War III doomerism or like nuke doomerism, something like that. Haven't watched the video, but I did see a response to the video, which was, you fat cunt, shut up. So yeah, that's my level of knowledge about his current situation. Alex Jones, it is. I know my Americans well. I know my Americans well. Yeah, make the fucking frogs gay. That's the one. Did he not lose everything? Is he not supposed to, I don't know, work in McDonald's or something? Because he lost everything. He still has his like media empire and shit. Was he not crying months ago about losing everything because he lied about the school shootings? Am I? Oh, Infowars is being sold at the moment. Hey, non-binary, welcome. How are you doing? He's forced to sell it. But like, wait, he sells it. But like, he can still be a propagandist, right? Like, he can sell it to, I don't know, Russia Today and just continue posting as normal. Probably not Russia Today because they're sanctioned, but you know what I mean. Some non-sanctioned shit. He can continue his role. He can continue his life normally. Short contribution. What sort of a short contribution? He can still work for Infowars. The court ruled they can liquidate everything. I hoped that he would go out of business. I hoped he would go out of business, you know. I hoped that he would be in a situation like, what's that dude's name? Tucker? You guys remember Tucker? For a while, the most popular reporter on Fox News, who then went to making videos in his shed. And right now, I'm pretty sure he's like making videos with Russians every once in a while. Yeah. I'm kind of hoping they all go down the same path of like rotting away. Hinkle got a new girlfriend recently, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. Hinkle got a new Russian handler recently. So that's also new. Has an entire new show. Haven't seen that. Carlson, yeah. Lying on the internet can make it so that you lose it all. True. To become more popular, Tucker Carlson. No chances Tucker Carlson more popular today than he used to be. Man, he used to be strong. He used to actually be having some influence. Now he's just rotten away. Quite like Hinkle, actually. Quite like Hinkle. So, yeah. Russia is literally paying them to spread pro-Russian propaganda. Yeah. The beanie dude, too. Who's the beanie dude? The beanie dude was also recently discovered to have been paid by Russia. But I'm kind of, looking forward to them falling off, really. Edits of Tucker's interview with Putin with villain monologues. You know what I loved? I loved Tucker Carlson going to interview Putin. And then after like hours of kissing Putin's ass and pretending that what he's saying is not completely deranged, Putin does interview with Russian media in which he says, oh yeah, well, Tucker is actually so fucking stupid. I had to teach him about the history. He knew nothing. What a stupid little American. I loved that. Like, yeah, piss on him. Piss on him more. Hell yeah. Yeah, I hate this stupid American. I had to teach him about history so much. Oh, shit. Oh, my man, why is it so quiet for me?
Sigma, James. Yes, it is. This is Nigel Farage wishing you a big chungus. Congratulations for being the top G, skibbity, alpha male. We all promise to hawk tour on your
Man.
vessel as it claps. And this message, James, is sponsored by Sam, Matthew, Finn, and Mo Lester. Guys, you sound like a great group.
Have you guys been following those like TikTok trends of Gen Z writing scripts for hotels like being advertised and stuff like that? It reminds me of that. It reminds me of that. It's just like old people, old hotel owners, and they're standing in front of the hotel and they're being like, "Hello, Gen Z, Brad summer is over. It's time for your dark academia hotel setting." This hotel, very skibbity. Just absolutely ridiculous. It reminds me of that. It's just like the grouping of all of it. Tim Pool, true, Tim Pool, like a man making a shit podcast. What is he even doing? Is that a podcast? A shit podcast. And he was getting paid, was it like 10K? And he's saying that he didn't see anything suspicious with it and he didn't know that Russia was paying him. Like, bro, that amount of money, are you fucking insane? For a stupid ass podcast. How was it not suspicious to you? Holy shit, how did he think he deserved that much money for those shit videos? He wasn't even doing anything, like, exceptional. How is it not suspicious to you? Taka Carlson with G. What's the problem with Taiwan? In year 2295 BC. No, but genuinely. Why did you invade Ukraine? Well, you see, thousands of years ago. Just ridiculous. Alex Ball explains all the Scrolls lore shit. I saw that. You know, that was the video that I used to introduce my boyfriend to the situation. I was like, yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to get you into the topic of this. Worked perfectly. Fuck, I have to show you guys the video. Worked perfectly. Child of the hotel owner trolling their parents, but like it worked. It worked. The best thing is that it actually is successful and you do see the hotels actually getting more clicks. So, guessing it's useful. Oh no. Oh, I wrote it here. I didn't write it in like in the YouTube. In the YouTube. Florida? That hurricane is a bad one. Holy shit. How? Wait. Film duration? 1 hour? How is it? Is it like currently? I don't know what's going on in Florida. Hitting as we speak. The worst of it is as we speak. Holy shit. Holy shit, yeah, I hope none of you are close. Holy crap.
We're in Red Mountain tonight. We're here to interview the Lord of the Sixth House, Dagoth-Ur. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously. So we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. Dagoth has isolated himself within the confines of Red Mountain. He's been there for a very long time. And since then, the blight he's spread across the land has been damaging. He's reshaping the world. And most
AI,
people
what do you
aren't
mean AI?
informed.
This is actually real.
The temple would like you to
This is
believe
back
that
when
everything
Tucker
is
was still
okay
relevant.
and that Vivek has everything under control. But with Vivek also, keeping himself to himself raises even more questions. With Vivek locking himself
You know, I almost
away,
cried to Elder
and the
Scrolls
other
Online
immortal
yesterday.
God Kings Sotha Sil and Almalexia are nowhere to be seen. This shows to me, or anyone who's even paying attention, that we're sitting on a ticking time bomb. The risks I am taking in order to have this interview with him are immeasurable. I'll most likely contract corpus, or worse, Dagoth may want to come. We are not here because we love Dagoth-Ur.
I've been
We are
playing
here
the
because we love
Fuck the
Ardenfell.
Kraglon
We want it to remain
storyline
prosperous
with the
and free.
Celestials.
But in order for you, the viewer, to be informed, I must do what I must do.
Mr. Dagoth, thank you for taking the time to speak to me. I wanted to start by asking, why are you spreading the blight disease across Vardenfell?
Morrowind under the Tribunal marks the beginning of Dunmeri history. The Tribunal consolidated their power and succeeded in incorporating themselves into the Chimeri belief system of ancestor and Daedra worship, at the expense of the worship of the House of Troubles, whom the Dunmer know as the Bad Daedra. Massive shrines to those 4 Daedric princes still dot.
Mr. Dagoth, forgive me, but this history lesson doesn't answer the question.
Mr. Tucker, please, if you let me finish, I will answer your question.
Yeah.
Now,
Tell him.
back to what I was saying. During the Merethic era, the Aldmer left their home and traveled to the Somerset Isles on Tamriel. One particular group of them, led by their prophet Veloth, chose to split from the core population and traveled across the continent to their new home, which they named Resdain. Once there, these Mer, now called Chimere, were somewhat surprised to see that the caves and tunnels under Red Mountain were already inhabited. These inhabitants, also Mer, called themselves the Dwemer. An uneasy peace was formed among these races, primarily motivated by their drive to keep the Nords of Skyrim out of the land.
I love it. There's something so funny about it. And about how Tucker looks like some dumbass actually learning.
The following is an interview with the Lord of the Sixth
video.
House.
Holy shit.
However, Cyrus managed to climb onto the airship and destroy. But from the ties of a great friendship, he reluctantly agreed to help his friend, a whose counsel he would not ignore again. I will ask the tribunal what we shall do with them, for they have had wisdom in the past that I had not. Stay here until I return.
I just gave the manuscript.
So Nerevar told me to protect the tools and the heart chamber.
I'm here just talking forever.
Her powers over dawn and dusk to resurrect Nerevar and make things right once more. The tribunal dismissed this proclamation, saying that they were now more powerful and
I
influential
thought
than
Tucker
the
would have
Daedric
more speaking
princes,
parts.
and that their time as
But I
gods
guess
to
they
the
went with
people
a
of
more
Morrowind
pleasing
had
version
come
of
to a
having the man
close,
shut the fuck
even
up.
as Azura cursed the Chimer and changed them into the Dunmer. The realization of this proclamation was known as the Nerevarine prophecy, and it came to pass at the end of the Third Era as the Vardenfell crisis.
Hey, to be honest, I know a lot about Dagoth, but I haven't played. I don't know what he actually looks like in game. I don't know why his hands are blue here, because like you can see the head is also like blue. I don't know what they try to do in editing with that. Haven't still interacted with God. Yeah. Elder Scrolls meme YouTuber. Yeah. Oh, Elder Scrolls meme YouTubers are incredible. Another one that makes songs. What's the one that makes songs? Fuck, I hoped I would get him in my recommended. Full duration of Tucker interviewing Caesar? What the fuck? There's more of these? There's more of these? Fair. But yeah, cool source if you're wanting to be looking into these, I don't know, the game lore.
Hello, beautiful YouTube community. Hi, Twitter. Did Solovyov, the
It's what,
unlovely
yeah, the skin
Russian
color.
propagandist,
Yeah, I
call
assumed
for
it would have
Putin's
something.
resignation? That's what
Haven't
Anton
still
Gerashenikov's
fought him.
account
Haven't still
on
beaten
Twitter
him up.
yesterday claimed
Or whatever I
in
do with
connection
him.
with a clip
I want
of
to know what I do with
Solovyov
him.
subtitled in
At this
English.
point, I'm a fan of the
Let's
man.
look at this and then try
I
to
find him
take a
so
little
funny. I
lesson
find the
away for
memes about him
ourselves
so
if we
funny.
might.
There's that one YouTuber.
answer
Is that
is
the same
no.
one who made that video? The one
Solovyov
YouTuber
was
who always makes like
referring
Dagoth videos.
to Gerasimov resigning
Short memes and everything.
not
I don't know.
to
I just
Putin.
find him to
Let's
be
look
the
at how
funniest
it
shit ever.
panned out. So the subtitle said, Commander-in-Chief may need to resign. But if you listen to the clip in the original, Solovyov never says Commander-in-Chief. He just says the top guy, which is a reference to Gerasimov. Putin would typically be called President or Glавnokomanduющий. Or even if he's going to be called the top guy, he's going to be called
Who cares about Gerasimov?
Verkhovny
I don't think Gerasimov cares about
Glавnokomanduющий.
Gerasimov.
That's to say he's going to be called the Supreme
It's a lot less
Commander-in-Chief.
interesting that he's the one supposedly getting
But
replaced.
that's not all there is to it. It's not just that he refers to Gerasimov as the top guy. It's that in the next sentence, Solovyov says, but these decisions are above my pay grade, which is a reference to Putin needing to make this decision. And then in the sentence after that, he goes on to say that we need to look back at our best historical examples of putting the best people in charge, which is another reference to this being a call that Putin may need to make the Russian army better. Now, I'm not going to call this disinformation because this could have been an innocent mistake, so let's call it misinformation.
I'm gonna call it disinformation, all right? Listen, I am a big proponent of the fact, the objective fact and the objective reality that the ideas of Putin either being kicked down from his position or replaced or dying, in the process of dying, having cancer, all of that is Russian propaganda. Right? All of that Russian propaganda, all of that shit spread by Russians themselves. Putin likes that bullshit. Because Putin likes the idea that, like, oh, you just have to deal with me for a while longer and then I'll be replaced. Holy shit. Someone's at the doors. Let me open Ben Hodges' interview and let me go see who's downstairs. Be back in a second.
Ben Hodges served as the commanding general at the United States
Be
Army
right back.
Europe. He's an expert on Ukraine and a regular on DW. Ben, thanks for making time.
Thank you for the privilege.
How serious do you consider President Putin's latest kind of threat to use nuclear weapons if attacked, even with conventional forces?
No more serious than any of the previous red lines that he has issued for the last years. But he sees how we overreact to these things. And so whenever he wants to make a point or to derail efforts by the United States or Germany or others to move closer to providing Ukraine what it needs, he'll trot out something like this, where I've changed the doctrine. But I think that does not change anything about the likelihood that they would actually use a nuclear weapon.
Even if Ukraine would use long-ranging missiles, you don't think that this might trigger Vladimir Putin?
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I don't mean from an American kind of logic or European logic. I mean of any kind of logic, because there's no benefit for Russia to do this. And I mean, look, they're hitting ammunition storage sites hundreds of kilometers inside of Russia, and Russia's not done anything. So I just think it's for them, they see that it works, that the current U.S. administration and the German government both stop short of doing what needs to be done just because
just
of
the
these
basics.
threats.
What did we
President
see? What did
Zelensky's
we
here
see?
in the United States to kind of promote his victory plan. Ben, maybe you can explain
Hope
a
is
little
Harris
bit
is
what the
president.
main
She will
steps
pick him
are,
as Secretary of
and if you
Defense.
think that this
Ooh.
really could lead to a
Do we think?
Well, the key to victory would be the
Do we
U.S.
hope?
government and the German government both say
He's going to remove
that
the
it is in the strategic interest of the United States and
restrictions.
Germany that Ukraine
Do we hope he has the balls to do
successfully
it?
defends all of its sovereign
I'm not really
territory
too
and pushes Russia back to the 1991 borders.
Trustful.
That would be the key to victory, because
Of
then
Americans when
that
it comes
would
to
open
that.
up the possibilities for policies that would provide Ukraine
Dylan burns
what it
you as a
actually
based
needs,
people. When
instead
does
of
he
this
even does he
nonsense
stream in Europe
about
friendly
we're with you
lately?
for as long as
I
it
have not
takes,
been able to
because
catch his
nobody
stream in a
believes
while.
that anyway.
I'm
was
seeing
encouraged
his posts.
that, President
I'm
Biden
seeing what
yesterday
he's
used
posting
the
around.
words to help
Haven't even
Ukraine
tried.
win.
I
So
assumed he
that's-
streams in
that's
America
progress,
friendly
but he
mostly.
still stopped short of providing what's actually needed. And I think
He will strongly lobby to
Ukraine
Harris
has been
if
very
he was
clear,
her Secretary of
about what they
State.
need. And I think it's important that they
Do we-
also make it clear that not only does Russia have no real interest in any sort of meaningful negotiations right now,
Okay.
Ukraine doesn't have interest
Our
in
nights,
those kinds
our
of
nights, European
negotiations.
nights?
Why should they give away Crimea?
He used to be
or the
streaming at
eastern part
midnight.
of their country?
He used to be
There's no-
starting
there's no
streams
benefit to
exactly
Ukraine if
at
they do
midnight
that.
my time.
So what good is this victory plan?
Which means that for my last
Even
two
though the US
vacations,
government
I
has failed
fucked
to clearly
up
identify what our strategic
my
objective should be.
sleep schedule
Ukrainians have
severely
laid out,
because I was
think,
I
a
wanted to catch
plausible
his streams. I
way
love
ahead
his
for
streams.
what's
He's
needed,
incredible.
what's required.
But
And of
that
course,
meant that
the
my
plan is
sleep
not just
schedule had been
asking the
just
West for stuff.
absolutely
It lays out an approach,
demolished.
or it makes clear
Yeah, right now
that
it's
Ukraine
noon.
knows
It's exactly
that
noon.
Russia is not unbeatable, that somehow Russian victory is not
She's going to add a
inevitable.
Republican to her cabinet, and
But time
Democrats
is running
historically
out.
choose
We've been talking
Republicans
about that,
to be their Secretary of Defense.
quite a bit. I
Oh!
mean, President Biden has only a couple of
Do
months
we
left in the office,
trust
so maybe you want to talk a little bit how you view
Republicans?
Zelensky's recent actions impacting his
Do we
relationship
trust
with
Republicans
a
on
potential
that position?
successor.
Do we trust Republicans in any position? I don't trust Republicans. Republican makes me think Trump.
And then he was very
Vance.
critical with Trump's VP pick
MTG.
in an interview. Is this really smart?
Johnson.
Look, President Zelensky
Republican
is
makes me
responsible for the
think
security
this is
of
a
his
person I cannot
country,
trust.
Trying to save the life of his
I feel they
country.
should get some
And,
useless
I think he is
position in the cabinet. You know how
doing
who was it that
exactly
mentioned last
what
time that
needs to
Hungary
be
got to the
done.
most useless
Remember,
position
Churchill
in
came to
European
Washington, D.C.
Union,
and spoke to the U.S.
which
Congress
was they're basically they got
the
the
United States to help join the
animal
conflict
welfare,
against Nazi
which like
Germany.
can't
we've
do
had
much damage
Donald
there.
Trump
You know, you can't
hosting,
really do much harm.
Victor
I feel that's
Orban
what we should give to
and,
Republicans
Bibi
do. I don't
Netanyahu
know
down at Mar-a-Lago. So this
if I
is-
trust Republicans
this
anywhere.
is nonsense coming from the Republican side.
Oh yeah, you can
criticizing,
post
talking
links
about
in
opening
chat. Yes, yes, yes,
investigation.
yes.
This is absolute nonsense. What
New beer
what
from
the
Germany and
visit of
Netherlands.
Zelensky did to the ammunition
Congratulations,
plant in
congratulations. How
Pennsylvania
expensive is it
remind
to constantly be
Americans
getting beers from
that
other countries?
helping Ukraine,
Are the
this is not
shipping
charity.
costs
This is about
ridiculously high?
jobs for
Or is it just
Americans.
like
I mean, this is
GG?
ammunition being produced in the United States, and you'll
Republican
remember,
Party of Donald Trump is so
Senator
anti-NATO.
Vance
Yeah,
on one
I'm
of the
kind of
many
scared of them.
stupid things he said a while back
Being
is that
put in any
America does
position,
not have the
really.
industrial capacity to compete with Russia.
I don't trust them too
I
much.
can't imagine
I don't
a
trust
guy
them too
from
much.
Ohio would say that America does not have industrial capacity.
Doesn't matter as long
And
as
of
the
course,
secretary has
President
been
Zelensky
forming
shows
NATO
that,
chief.
yes, of course,
Then
we
he will
have
lobby for the
industrial
right thing.
capacity.
You see, but like
Trump
the
has
problem
accused
is
Zelensky,
there's
however, of
layers
refusing
to
to
this
make
sort of a
a
thing.
deal and questions Ukraine's ability to win this war.
And I'm scared that they're gonna
How
be
do
on
you-
the
how do you
Schultz
respond
side
to
of
these
it.
sentiments?
The former
You know
president
what
has
I mean?
revealed he has
Like there's
zero
Schultz,
understanding of war. He has
and then
zero
there's
understanding of what it
I want to
means
say
try and
Zelensky is on
defend
the
your
other side of the
country.
line,
He
really.
also has
Like
a really
let's
poor knowledge
Kaya
of
Kallas,
history.
someone like that.
He conveniently
You know what I
left
mean?
out all the
You know what I
times
mean?
The other day when he was speaking
Like,
how Russia won this war, they won
Cucks.
this war, and he skipped over all the parts
Proper.
where Russia lost wars. And then I was just
Now I'm
watching
scared
it
if you
again
take a
where it says,
Republican.
Ukraine has lost
I
the
say
war,
we
but
as if I'm
they're
an
not even a
American.
country anymore. What-
I'm scared
what
if
do you- what does
USA
he
puts a
base that
Republican
on?
in the
I mean,
position.
after 10
I'm
and a
scared
half
that what we're
years,
going to see is more of a
Russia
cock position.
controls only 18%
That's what scares
of
me.
Ukraine,
That's what
at the
kind of
cost of
worries me a little bit.
500,000
I'm
of
scared
their
we're
own
gonna
soldiers
get
killed
a
and
Schultzy.
wounded and all
We're
the other
gonna
things we
get
already know
something
about.
like that. We're gonna
So
get
to
one of
say that
those
Ukraine
cowards
has
unable
lost
to do anything
is
useful.
Absolute nonsense. Now,
24 euros per box
if,
from Netherlands per
if the
DPD. Oh,
US
that's.
and
I feel that's
Germany
alright. I feel
don't
that's
do
alright.
more to help Ukraine,
The
then they're
president
gonna
has to
become a
make the decision. True.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
True.
But the idea that somehow Ukraine has already lost. I mean, I was
I'm just-
astounded listening to
Rut-
Trump
yeah,
go
Rutte is
down
like the
what
soft option.
clearly are Kremlin talking points
Yes, Pavel.
almost verbatim. So
Rutte is
I
the
put
soft option. I
zero
feel Kaya was
credibility into what
too
he's saying.
What
good
happens if he comes back to the White House? He's
for her own
promising
good.
that he will end
Yeah,
this
she
war
was
on
she
day
was
one.
too good to be
Will
put in that
Vladimir
position.
Putin
They
be
wanted
his
someone a
first
bit more
guest of
cocky.
honor?
I think,
They wanted someone a
of
bit more
course, the former
cowardly.
president has
They
made
wanted
hundreds of
someone closer to
promises
the
that are
Schultz
unfulfilled,
end of the scale.
and I don't think he has any intention of doing that. And by the way,
For
the thing,
big
the
four
kind
NATO
of deal
countries
he
want a
has in
soft
mind,
option.
of
Yeah,
course,
that's what I'm worried
would
about,
go right
though.
over the
That's
heads
what
of
I'm
the
worried about.
Ukrainians, just as they did in Afghanistan, where he made a deal directly with the
That's
Taliban.
but I feel,
without
yeah, at the
involving
same time, I
the
feel
Afghan government
no matter
or
who
all of our
America
allies like
puts in the
Germany who were with us
position,
in Afghanistan. And so I think the Ukrainians
they're
are
probably
not
going
gonna
to be
just sit
soft
back and
regardless,
accept
right? So
whatever,
it's going to be.
A President Trump and President Putin might agree. And
It's
frankly,
going
I
to
think
be the
most of,
same
at least
Schultz
Eastern
position.
Europe
It
will
doesn't
not
matter who's
accept
there.
it either, because they know what that means. And frankly, Germany will be the biggest loser, because there will be millions more Ukrainian refugees heading west.
Loving the
into
idea of
Central
calling
and
Germans
Western
losers.
Europe.
I love that.
And so I think that
I feel
all of our
external pressure
European
is
allies
really,
would be wise to
you know,
discourage
well applied in that
Trump
nation.
from trying to come up with some sort of agreement with Vladimir Putin.
President Biden is flying to Germany for negotiations. What is to be expected there?
Nothing.
The information about this has been very, very sparse, and so I think this is one where The less we know going into it, the
Replacement
better.
of Jake Sullivan
The
if
key,
Kamala
though,
Harris is
will
already
be,
known. Really?
Ukraine.
I did see people guessing it. I didn't know it was
You know,
like
2.5
a
years
set
ago, we
in stone thing.
talked about nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And I think that's an important rule to stick to.
Ben,
Yeah,
at
makes
the
sense,
recent
makes
UN
sense.
week, there were also alternative proposals discussed, including those from China, Brazil, Indonesia, and some African states. What do you make of or think of their calls for a ceasefire along current front lines in Ukraine?
Almost all the countries you just named are beneficiaries of some sort from Russia or have those kind of relationships. And so, of course, Russia is trying to get as many countries as possible to agree to put pressure on freezing the situation as it is now. And of course, Russia's idea of peace is through their imperialistic lens.
Like he
where they
understands
gain
it very
control
well,
of
but I'm
other
worried that he
sovereign
is going to be
countries,
soft
which is, of
anyways.
course, exactly the opposite of what the UN Charter says. So I think that nations should reject any sort of peace plan proposed by Russia.
Oh, by the
or
way,
anybody
who's following
else
UN?
that
What's going on at
allows
the
them
UN?
to
I know
keep
probably
parts
nothing.
of a sovereign nation,
But we did hear
because it
some
won't stop
words of
there.
condemnation
Focus
coming from
is
them lately.
shifting from Ukraine to the Middle
Is there,
East
are
to
there any
this
developments? Nothing
horrible
probably?
developments over the last
I saw words
days
of
and
condemnation
weeks
and I
months,
saw
if you
more
wish.
of UN
What
confirming
implications
Russian
do you
torture
think
of
will this have
Ukrainian
for the
prisoners of
kind
war.
of Western-backed Ukrainian proposal for a global peace summit?
Iran, of course, is behind Hezbollah. That Hezbollah is their main proxy.
Yeah,
Iran
UK
does
foreign minister,
provide
yeah.
some support to Hamas and to the Houthis.
I'd feel GG if the
Iran's only friend, though,
strong
is
words
Russia.
came with like strong
And
weapons.
so I think
by,
if we
you know,
look at all of these trouble spots, Russia and Ukraine, Iran and their proxies fighting against Israel in different places, North Korea and China, if we think of them all as different parts of one strategic whole, it kind of helps put in perspective the importance of having strong alliances, strong relationships,
Oh, wow,
significant
really?
amounts of military capability and political will. And if you help Ukraine defeat Russia first, then Iran is left without any actual friend. And I think this, so defeating
Nice.
Russia could help isolate Iran, which would help take some of the pressure off.
I feel that's
in
GG
that
to
region,
hear
perhaps.
from an American
Now,
to say.
I am pretty sure Iran does not want to get into a conflict with Israel. I also think that Hezbollah does not really want to get into a full-scale war with Israel because of the losses they would suffer. The part that I don't know, I can't tell what's driving Israel. Obviously, you know, we know that the war in Gaza is a result of October 7th attack last year. But, you know, when I think about why Israel is doing what it's doing against Hezbollah, it seems to me that it's preemptive because they thought maybe Hezbollah was getting ready to come in and attack to help take pressure off of Hamas. But I'm not convinced it was just preemptive. I think, you know, Netanyahu's popularity is back up very high. They seem to have the ability to keep fighting for quite some time. It's clear that the Netanyahu government has zero interest in a two-state solution. Certainly not anytime soon. So this creates a challenge for the United States
Trusting
and for
Dylan
Europe
Burns
on how to
blindly
address Israel,
on
to
anything
continue to
relating
support
to American
Israel's
politics, to be honest.
existence. But the way Israel goes about what it's doing, I also don't think it makes it very difficult for all of us to continue to support them with a blank check, basically.
I see that.
Do you think
I
there
see
will
that.
be any red line from the United States at some point?
I don't see that.
Red
Of
lines?
course, we don't know what conversations and discussions have taken place in a classified or private setting. I wouldn't know that, and I'm not entitled to know that. But I do remember a few months ago when President Biden started reducing or talked about reducing ammunition for Israel to put pressure on them, there was an enormous negative reaction inside the United States. So we have a domestic challenge with that as well. I don't know that if it's a Harris administration, that she would be very different from a Biden administration. The Congress will have something to say about all this as well. So it's hard to predict which way this goes.
But many parts of the world have the feeling that the United States doesn't have any influence anymore on the Netanyahu government or on Netanyahu himself.
Or anything
Yeah, it
really,
sure
because
looks
they're
that way.
cocks.
I mean, we really, and the fact that Netanyahu now apparently is backing away from a ceasefire that France and the United States have been working on with the Israelis, and now Netanyahu's backed away from it. So I don't know the rest of the story on that. I don't know that yet.
So do you think Netanyahu is basically doing what he wants to do right now?
I think that's exactly what he's doing. What he wants. Of course, now that his popularity is back up, nobody talks about the hostages anymore, or you don't have the riot or big demonstrations that you used to, even though there's still, I think the number is 97 that were taken back on October the 7th, plus 4 others, so a total of 101 hostages, some of which may already be dead. But you don't.
Most, possibly.
That's not in the front of the news anymore.
Ben Hodges, thank you very much, and
Yeah,
I'm sure we will
interesting
talk
overall.
soon.
Interesting.
Thank you very much for the privilege.
Interesting views. I am. I think he understands the issue with Russia rather well. So I'm almost like surprised to see him talk about it. Because usually you see them cocking away from the issue, I think it was okay to see him actually properly talk about the, Russia not wanting any sort of meaningful negotiations in this, and Russia also being a big supporter of Iran. Therefore, it's really important that we have an alliance that counters their alliance, because Russia currently is attempting to cooperate with other authoritarian regimes. I think that's all right. I just don't know. I don't know how much I trust into the idea of them actually doing something about this, or just like talking about it in interviews, and then, yeah. Did Hitler or Stalin go on and on about red lines, and did the West then give a fuck? Yeah, I'm almost feeling, you know how I feel about this? I feel the red lines don't really matter in the first place. I feel the red lines stopped mattering back when the first one was crossed. I don't think it's about red lines at all. I think it's more about the fear of what happens if Russia is defeated. Because the idea is that if Russia gets defeated, then we will not have the possibility of controlling where the situation in Russia goes, right? So will they have wars internally? Are we going to see a lot of people displaced, a lot of refugees coming from the areas? What sort of an economy is going to come out of it? Where are we going to be getting all of the resources that we currently rely on Russia on? You know what I mean? Like, I feel red lines don't really matter. I feel what matters is that they are trying to figure out a way to get Russians out of Ukraine while still not causing enough internal division inside of Russia for it to crumble into pieces, which is slowing them down. The delusion is slowing them down. So the red line thing, it's very thing for people of, man, I want to say like low IQ Twitter shitposters. All right, that's like at this point in time, in this year, that's the only type of a person who cares about red line conversation. It's people shitposting around. I don't think anyone normal really takes these conversations seriously. Europe, I actually saw there was an ad yesterday of like how you can apply to get education in Euro Parliament. I thought that was kind of cool. But hey, yeah, good morning. How are you doing? The policy has never been to defeat Russia. Yeah, and I think that's rather stupid. Like right now, the policy shifted. I don't know if you noticed. Biden changed his wording from helping Ukraine defend itself to helping Ukraine win. Which, like, good choice in wording, good change to make. But I still think that helping Ukraine win doesn't equal in his mind to getting Russia defeated, which is what worries me here. Hey, yo, Jimbo Slice. Love IQ shit poster. Well, welcome. Russia has to be beaten severely. They have to give up the Cold War. Yeah, it's I feel it's very similar to what we had to do with Germany when Nazi Germany was existing, right? It had to be defeated in order for it to be fixing its shit and coming back into society as a normal civilization. It had to be defeated. You have to defeat these imperialist delusions. With Serbia, for example, this never happened. Serbia doesn't see what happened as defeat, right? So Serbia still has imperialist delusions inside the country. And with Russia, it was the same thing. Even though their imperialist project of Soviet Union ended, they never actually saw it defeated. They never actually lost. And because they never actually lost, they will just continue with this bullshit for as long as they can, really. They must lose, but the idea of them losing is very, very scary for certain of our leaders. Zionist genociders? I feel we don't really have... Okay, though, to be fair, I don't really get into those conversations on stream, because I'm not really knowledgeable on the Middle Eastern situation. So what I usually focus on is Russian invasion on Ukraine, because I do know a lot about that. But yeah, I'm feeling most of people we have in chat are rather good on the topic, to be honest. I feel they're good on the topic. I don't feel any of them would be proponents of genocide at all. Would be better if he changed his wording regarding long-range weapons. Yeah, like, give us some specific policies, because understanding the problems with Russia, but then still being like, oh yeah, well, we can't defeat them too hard. Remember Macron saying that Putin needs an off-ramp? Like, you can't defeat them, you can't humiliate him too hard, you need to give him like an off-ramp. It reminds me of that. It's like, you understand the problem, but you're willing to participate in causing the problem, because this is going to continue being a problem. It's not like Putin is going away. It's not like Russian culture is going away, even if they are defeated. Like, come on, put a stop to it. For 8 years, they pretended to be our friends because they needed our money. Yeah, that's true. Then they returned to old thoughts. That's true. Yeah, a lot of it was just our desperation to get back into bed with Russia. And I don't even like blame solely USA in that situation, because I do think USA was the side a bit more reasonable about it in certain situations. I think I kind of blame Germany a lot for Western desperation to turn back to Russia. US military would not limit Ukraine, especially if the top brass was former NATO chief. Mate, from your Twitch chat right into the God's ears. I'm fully hoping you're correct. Ads on TV are wild in Russia. Yeah, they had recently one about basically they built some sort of a policy where it is more profitable for a man to enter a relationship with a woman who already has a kid, like you get lower taxes or something, than to just enter a relationship with a woman who doesn't have a kid, something like that. Basically, they're trying to encourage their people to have as many babies as possible, likely because they want to be sending them all to die on the front line. So yeah, they do have wild advertisements. I don't know if you remember, they had a whole thing about Europeans eating hamsters and freezing themselves during the winter. They had a thing with like, oh, if we lose this war, then global homo is going to take over and it's going to force your men to have mandatory gender changes. Definitely very, very deluded overall. As a country, very, very deluded. So I don't know, the fact that we've been pretending as if they are a normal country to be cooperating with is just, it's wild. It's wild, you know, when you see the way that they are behaving and the shit they are sharing. I don't know how much you follow Russian Telegram channels and Russian military Telegram channels specifically. They have a whole thing where, like, for a specific amount of subscribers, they will share a video of Russians dropping a bomb on a civilian. They literally have videos of, like, I don't know, a civilian. I saw the one recently of a civilian in Kherson, and he's just driving his bicycle on the road, and Russians drop a bomb on him and kill him. And they shared it as a celebration for getting a specific amount of subscribers. So overall, yeah, absolutely a deranged country. I'm not happy about any idea of kind of coddling them into soft defeat. I think we gotta absolutely make sure that they know that they lost. Yeah, European Union still gets liquefied gas from Russia, absolutely. German industry is about exporting industrial machines, and Russia was a fresh market, because Soviet machines were way worse than German ones. Yeah, that too. It's just, I can't blame the reality of that. I can't blame Germany for going, maybe good market, back in like 1990s. But it feels that when you go forward in time and then you see Russians butchering Chechens, and then you see Georgia and Ukraine begging for NATO protection, and you get NATO to not accept them because NATO wants to be buddies with Putin, and then Putin immediately later goes and invades Georgia. It feels like for Germans, that should have been the time where you go, oh shit, this is not worth it. We are propping up an imperialist genocidal regime, right? This is not worth it. It feels 2008 was supposed to be the last chance for Russia, and when they lost it, we should have just cut all ties with them and demolished them. But no, we still kept cooperating, and we kept building the fucking Nord Stream 2. I don't know. It's just like a continuous line of stupid decisions of giving Russians one more chance, and then one more chance, and then one more chance. And I'm kind of scared that the current ideas of pushing for a ceasefire are just one more chance to give to Russians, and they're going to piss in our faces again. And then we're gonna give them one more chance again. It fucking worries me, It's like with the idea of Putin dying. That's why I truly, I will forever stand behind saying that's Kremlin propaganda. The idea of Putin dying soon is Kremlin propaganda. What he wants you to think is that, hey, I'm gonna be dead soon I'm gonna be replaced by someone more normal. Someone more normal is going to be replacing me. Someone who maybe doesn't want a war with your countries, Someone who maybe wants peace. Someone who's maybe not imperialistic. Despite the fact that any single Russian genuinely against war, genuinely against Russian imperialism, would not be able to survive a second in the Russian political sphere. It would be political suicide. The act of attempting to analyze Russian culture to that extent, it would be political suicide in Russia. It's never going to happen, right? But he keeps on pushing these ideas of hey, maybe I'm gonna be dead soon, and then you'll be able to buy gas again without feeling guilty, because it's not going to me, it's not going to be Putin, it's going to be someone else. How do you feel about that? And it kind of keeps us, almost expecting, almost like, oh yeah, okay, they bombed a building in Zaporizhia today, but hey, Putin's gonna be dead in, well, I don't know, he says few days, so we don't need to focus on him killing civilians right now. He's gonna be dead in a few days, and then Russia is going to be normal again. We can wait it out a little bit. Proper Kremlin propaganda, fully. Moscow and St. Petersburg need to be in two different countries. Man, I wish. I wish. I don't support Westerners going to do anything when it comes to Russia breaking up, but I do hope that we see republics breaking apart, genuinely. People are writing evil shit on the bombs. One maybe good thing about that. Don't know how much you guys have followed the news on this, but you remember Grisha? Remember Grisha Putin? The spineless little cuck whose father figure was Prigozhin, and then Prigozhin got barbecued in the sky, and then Grisha made one live stream, it's over, and then continued spreading his ass cheeks for Russians. Grisha Putin has been selling basically giving cash money, and he gets your message out on a rocket. Turns out he's been scamming people. He's been just like writing the message on the same rocket and wiping it off and writing it again. Like there's several photos of like the same rocket, because you see the markings on it are exactly the same. The same rocket in like the same box, and just the writing is different. He writes it, he wipes it off, he writes it again. So talking about people writing mad shit on rockets, at least that's going on, all right? At least that's going on. Even though Grisha is a spineless cuck, and I must ensure that like whenever you see the name Grisha, you think cuck. Nothing else. Yeah, he cried about Prigozhin. And what's he doing now? Nothing. Selling his ass to Russia all over again. Nothing. As if Prigozhin never mattered. As if nothing ever mattered. Not just him, actually. The entirety of Wagner. Listen, if Prigozhin, if you had a chance to do like a Frankenstein type operation of bringing Prigozhin back to life, if he saw Wagnerites of today, man would hammer himself. I swear to God, man would hammer himself. He had a group that was supposed to be the most badass, most well-trained paramilitary that Russia ever had. And what did cucks do after their leader got killed? Nothing. They cried about it for, I don't know, 15 minutes, the length of one live stream. And that was that. Nothing happened. They threatened, oh, we're gonna go to Moscow. They didn't go to Moscow. They didn't do shit. They're just selling themselves to Russia again. Just absolute worthless cucks. Prigozhin was our only chance. I would argue that we never had a chance, because even if Prigozhin managed to go to Moscow and to replace anyone in Moscow, he would replace them with shit again. Like Russia never had a proper option to lead them. Russia doesn't have a proper option to lead them right now. If you look into people who could be possibly replacing Putin, if you look into United Russia members, it's all trash. It's all trash, right? So it doesn't really matter if Putin is dead or alive, the same shit's going to be happening. And if Prigozhin was there and if he introduced his own people into the mix, the same trash would be happening. But yeah, just, I don't know, Wagner, it's being cucks is kind of almost still a sad thing. You could blame Putin and leave Ukraine. I think he would still be a cuck, though. I still think he would be a piece of shit. Because in big part, his existence relies on Russia. Relied, because he's, you know, roasted. But his existence relied on Russia being the type of a country that it is. So, yeah. Drone shit is freaky, too. We're talking about Iranian drones being used to kill Ukrainian civilians. Absolutely. Incredibly scary. Incredibly worrying that we were allowed for it to happen for so long, and we knew it was happening. Like, you guys remember that one interview? When was it? 2022? Start of 2023? Where Russians are having a conversation about the drones, and like, they're still being filmed. They're on TV. Right? They're still being filmed. And one of them goes, can I call them Iranian drones? And the other one is like, nah, just say drones. Like, don't say Iranian drones. We're not supposed to reveal the fact that they are from Iran. Wild shit. We've known about this for such a long time. We did nothing about it. Wagner went straight to washing socks of Kadyrov's military entertainers. With Prigozhin's son as a leader, bringing even more shame. No, it's ridiculous. Just ridiculous. He would continue, because in that case he would be fucked, as he was a military man where Putin is a spy. I think that, yes, I think he would continue. I think Russian trash remains Russian trash. And I don't believe that Prigozhin was any different from the rest of Russians when it comes to their views on Ukraine. So yeah, no. I don't believe he would stop. I don't believe he would take this as an off-ramp. I believe in the state of Russia, taking an off-ramp to leave Ukraine would be political suicide. You can't do that in Russia. Russians support this war. You're not able to say, hey, I want us to stop this war. Too many of our people have died. I want us to stop this war. You would not be able to do that in Russia, all right? If they ever do a fucking revolution, they would do a fucking revolution, because whoever replaces Putin is going to do some stupid shit like that. It simply isn't going to happen. Oh shit, yeah, the Kadyrov Cybertrucks, that too. Why is Elon Musk still in the position he is? I don't understand. Donbass. When the righteous Ukrainians slaughtered Russian citizens in Donbass. Incredible. Someone's making a compilation of all the ways that people have misspelled it. So yeah, Donbass, fucking Donbass.
Into me, wondering what this was all about, and also feeling rather convinced that that Solovyov was referring to Putin. So let's talk a little bit about this. Why does this matter? Now, civically, I am a West European. That's to say my political emotions are here. So frankly, I'm not that exercised if you get something wrong about Russia. But I am exercised if you float about in misinformation that might hurt you as a Western citizen, because you are my neighbor and we're in this together. So there's a risk of swimming about in information bubbles and being vulnerable to sort of gobbling up a little bit of misinformation innocently if you don't take epistemic care enough, because being truthful doesn't just mean being sincere, it means robustly checking that stuff is accurate. And why does this matter so much in relation to our own politics? It matters because what I passionately care about is that you are able to engage in conflict constructively. You see, as a Western citizen, what scares me is if we swim about in our epistemic bubbles and lose the capacity to accurately picture our political opponents, your political opponents, and therefore oppose them effectively. So that's the risk. You've got to be effective at engaging in conflict constructively, because lots of post-truth authoritarian meanies are coming to get you in the 2030s, if not in the 2020s. That's the Western perspective. Now, if you tell me, Vlad, I'm just so passionate about Ukraine and I'm not thinking about anything else, I'll tell you this. The boys fighting for Ukraine at the front, they're soldiers, but most of them wouldn't be soldiers apart from this war, apart from, a situation where their neighbor has descended into this repulsive, imperialist, violent frenzy. They're people like you, do different jobs, and they're at the front. And you're going to care about them if you care about Ukraine. And they don't need you sitting about, sipping on a frappuccino in Vancouver, talking about the instant demise of the Putin regime that ain't necessarily coming at all. You see what I mean? So there's an ethical responsibility, if you want to just focus on Ukraine, on asking, well, what would folks fighting at the front who are only there because of the horrific neighbor Ukraine has, right? What would they want me to do? And would they want me to speculate daily about Putin's imminent demise while I sip on my oat milk frappuccino? Thanks for tolerating this potentially condescending message. Lots of love.
Why is he against frappuccinos all of a sudden? That's a new message for him. But yeah, basically, stop engaging in bullshit that Russia is feeding you, because that's what it is. It's bullshit that Russia is feeding you. Again, look, you can... The oldest video I found with this type of a messaging, like signaling some sort of a crumbling of the Putin regime, is from 2022. I believe it's like 5th month, May of 2022 or something, where some of the propagandists are talking about how they haven't managed to defeat Ukraine in 3 days and how this to them signals some sort of a weakness within Russia and that they need to look into the system. This was the first video that I could find on that spreads the idea of like, oh, Russia is going to crumble soon. So just wait for a bit, okay? It's going to crumble soon. You don't need to get all hysterical about this war. It's not going to last for long anyways. Like, Russia is going to fall down. And ever since then, every once in a while, they release some new piece of information that pushes for the same idea. It's either like, oh, guys, do you think Putin has cancer? Do you think Putin has cancer? Oh, man, look at Putin in this interview. He looks kind of old. He looks kind of oldish and weakish. Do you think he has cancer? oh my man, do you think he's gonna die soon? Oh no, look at this. Putin didn't like do an interview with a foreign leader that he wanted to do. Do you think it's because he's so weak? Oh my man, is he going to die soon? So they keep you waiting for Russia to crumble, and Russia doesn't get closer to crumbling at all because all of these are lies, just intended to take your attention away from stuff that actually matters. So yeah, don't fall for that shit. Nukes, there's not going to be nukes. 90% of Russian nukes would fail. They would just nuke themselves. Oh shit, yeah, that's true. Putin dead talks were popular in 2022. In 2023, slowly ended. They replaced them with infighting inside Russia. It happened with the elections. When the elections happened, there were a lot of ideas of like, oh, Russia is going to have so much fighting inside itself that it's going to be crumbling. Like people are going to be replacing Putin themselves, which of course never happened, but yeah. Is that Satan rockets work? Shit, do you remember when was it a few days ago where they tried to like launch one of them and they failed? It was a few days ago, wasn't it? No, the infighting in Russia doesn't matter in the first place. Like even hey, Jake bro!
Welcome back, defenders.
Even if there is infighting in Russia, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's infighting between the same scum. Right? It genuinely doesn't matter. If Putin right now gets assassinated on the spot and replaced by some other dude from the leading party, which is the most likely person to replace him, like the mayor of Moscow. I've heard about the governor of Tula region, the former governor, replacing him. It doesn't matter. Like the war is still going to continue. It genuinely doesn't matter. Any sort of infighting in Russia, it doesn't matter. Anyone close to power in Russia, anyone who could be replacing Putin, is already close to all the relevant party members, and is already close to all the oligarchs. It genuinely doesn't matter. Nothing of this matters. So yeah, if there is infighting, no one cares. You shouldn't care. It doesn't influence you at all. It doesn't influence the war. It doesn't influence the Russian culture. It doesn't influence the Russian society. It influences nothing. This is going to continue. Anyone in Ukraine who believes these Russian losses? As far as I've seen, they are relatively correct. Now I do think, who was comparing? Where did I see the comparisons? I don't remember. I think there were comparisons. Oh, there were comparisons with like the USA ones. Overall, on one hand, I think they are relatively correct. Likely overblown a bit, but relatively correct. But like on the other hand, I don't really think it matters that much. Like you could be following here, you could be following Andrew's news and Andrew's analysis of what has been destroyed and what hasn't. But yeah, it's not like
Jake here.
There's
a lot of political headlines to get to today, given that Zelensky is visiting the United States this week.
Most don't really
but also
care. Yeah,
the
it's
UN
going
General
to be.
Assembly is meeting in New York. Let me read for you some of these
You know,
headlines.
when you see some change,
Russia
actual change,
can only be
in
forced
the way
into
Russia
peace.
is waging a war or
This is
something,
what
then it's going
Zelensky
to
tells
matter.
the
But
United
right now, I
Nations.
don't know.
Addressing a special
I think
UN
Poland?
Security Council
Ooh,
session,
I think
Zelensky
Moldova.
joined the United States in pressuring
If
Iran
Ukraine
and North
falls.
Korea over their military support for Russia.
I'm
So that's
thinking
the headline.
Moldova, I'm thinking Georgia,
Russia can
and
only be
I'm thinking
into
Kazakhstan.
peace. What's the Kremlin's response? Forcing Russia into peace would be a fatal mistake, says the Kremlin. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov told reporters, such a position is a fatal mistake, a systemic mistake.
Yeah, I'm not thinking Poland.
For Russia to be peaceful.
I'm definitely thinking Moldova.
For 500 years, this is what the Russians have been doing, expanding in every direction.
And then I'm thinking, if
attacking
it comes
their
to
neighbors,
NATO,
and then stealing their land.
I'm thinking
Rusifying
internal
the people,
struggle
committing
in
genocide,
Estonia.
erasing their ethnic identities,
I'm thinking they're
suppressing their
already
cultures and
setting
languages. This is the natural state of an empire.
Situation
Empires continuously have
to go.
expand,
We didn't invade.
otherwise they collapse.
Russians from within
So the
just
last 30 years
are
since
fighting against the
1991,
regime ruling
whatever
them.
the Russian Federation
didn't
was, whatever
invade.
it was supposed to be when it drafted a new constitution. That's not what it is today. It's
Georgia's
an
still
empire.
kicking, though. Georgia's
And they
still
are going
kicking,
to
but I do think it's
continuously
going to be more
at
of
war.
a
They're going to be continuously
symbolic
attacking their neighbors and trying to
complete
steal their
annexation
land,
of it rather than the
because
current
that's what
thing they
empires
have.
do. That's what the Russians have been doing for 500 years. And Putin is furious that the world community just isn't allowing it. Putin proposes broader criteria for using nuclear
Yeah, no.
arms.
If it comes to the Baltics,
Why
it's
isn't
going
it
to be
working?
Estonia, and it's going to
This
be
is what the
internal
Russians are
struggle
asking
idea within
themselves.
Estonia.
We have
It's going to be a
6,000
little
nuclear
green man.
weapons. Shouldn't we be allowed
Girkin
to attack
himself,
anyone we want?
Girkin
Shouldn't we
himself
be
taking
allowed
over
to
government
kill
buildings.
anyone we
That's
want?
what I'm saying.
We have
Armenia,
6,000
Armenia,
nuclear
Azerbaijan.
weapons. So here's Putin saber rattling again during one of his
Armenia
Security
has
Council
tried
meetings.
to get closer to
Let me read
NATO.
for you what he's
I
saying
wonder how
now
that
about
would happen.
his nuclear arsenal. I would especially like to draw your attention to the following. In the updated version of the document,
Yeah, it's a
aggression
bad
against Russia
bad
by any
prediction to
non-nuclear
make, but I'm
state,
feeling that makes
but
the
with
most sense if we're talking about
participation or
Estonia.
support of a nuclear state is proposed to be considered as a joint attack on the Russian Federation.
Unless
The conditions for Russia's transition
they go
to the
balls
use
deep
of nuclear weapons
and
are also clearly
they start
fixed now.
with Hungary.
We will consider this possibility
Hungary selling their
when
ass
obtaining
to Russia.
reliable
I
information
feel that would be incredible.
about
Can
the
you imagine
massive
that? I
launch
can
of
fully
aerospace
imagine that.
vehicle attacks
Hungary and Serbia
and their crossing
joining forces
of our
together
state
to sell their
border,
asses to Russia
meaning
immediately.
strategic or tactical
Man.
aircraft, cruise missiles, drones, hypersonic missiles, and other aircraft. We reserve the right to use nuclear weapons in case of
Putin
aggression
can't just be
against
playing some
Russia
VR
and
anime rifle
Belarus.
games, then Russians would have
Belarus
nothing
being
to
a
celebrate.
member of the Union States, all these issues have been agreed
Want to buy a
upon
new
with the
kitchen? I'm
Belarusian
sorry.
side and the president of Belarus.
I'm hoping it doesn't
including
happen.
if
And
the
I'm also
enemy
hoping
uses
Estonia is
conventional weapons
prepared for this.
to threaten our sovereignty.
Like Americans are
In
kind of
conclusion, I would like to note that all clarifications
no offense, but very
are
stupid
thoroughly verified
on this
and
issue.
proportionate
So I think
with
Americans
modern
still
military
exist in
threats
the
and
delusion
risks to the
where they
Bel-
expect
the
the Russian invasion is
Federation.
going to happen via
Wah,
tanks
wah, wah, wah.
and planes flying into
I
their
have
country, right?
nukes,
I
why
think
won't you let
Estonia
me
is not
win?
as blind.
We're already too deep, guys.
I think Estonia is not
What
as
the
blind,
Western
and I
Alliance,
think
what NATO
Estonia
has
would
done,
actually recognize
we're
Russia
already participating in
buying
this war.
their politicians and
But
their
Russia is the
influencers
aggressor.
trying to,
This is
sell the
not
country
Ukraine
over. I think
being
Estonia would be
aggressive
able
or
to recognize
hostile
it in
against
time,
Russia.
whereas places
Russia
like America
started
are
this war,
not really
and Ukraine is just
that
defending itself.
hyper-vigilant.
Every day the Russians push, they advance, they're continuing this war. When
Hungary and
when
Austria
this
to
war
attack
will
small army
end,
Germany. Oh, I feel
the
it would
second
be
Russia just goes back to their own country and
if
stays
we
there.
go with the idea of Hungary and Serbia.
Russia has destroyed
I'm
all
definitely
thermal power
feeling
plants,
encouraging
nearly all
fight in
hydroelectric
Bosnia and
capacity in
Kosovo.
Ukraine ahead of this winter,
Because Bosnia and Kosovo
according to
both are
President Zelensky. Russia is preparing to
protected,
attack
but not
3
really.
nuclear power plants in Ukraine.
So that would be
Zelensky
that would be
tells the
interesting
United
to see.
Nations.
I'm
This is
feeling
very
that. I'm
important,
feeling
so
that. I'm
gonna share
feeling
this
non-NATO
clip
countries
from his
first.
speech to the UN.
Recently, I received yet another alarming report from our intelligence. Now, Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants
Why
and
isn't the
their
whole country blacked
infrastructure,
out because of forest
aiming
fire?
to
Wait, when?
disconnect the plants from the power grid. With the help of satellites, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, satellites of other countries.
Who
They
could
once
that other
had
country
like
be?
half
It's probably not North
half
Korea
a
or
country
Iran, it's
blackout
probably
because
China.
someone was trying to steal
But
the
at one
wires.
point, Ukraine had 5 nuclear power plants.
Someone was trying to steal the wires.
We all know what happened to
and
the
someone
Chernobyl
cut them to
nuclear
try and
power plant.
sell them around. And
the Russians
yeah,
did capture the
half fucking country
Zaporizhia
just
one.
full
So there's
blackout.
only 3 remaining nuclear power plants in Ukraine.
Oh yeah,
and
to be honest,
Russia's
I
going to
don't
do
know.
it.
I'll need to find
At
the
some
news on
point
it
in the
to
next
see what
couple
caused it.
months, Russia is going to start bombing these nuclear power plants. Russia doesn't really care if there's some kind of meltdown and radioactive debris flies everywhere.
Look, and this I feel we talked about this in 2022, and I feel every once in a while people need to be reminded of this. For Russia, nuclear fallout doesn't matter because an average Russian is stupid enough not to know what happens when you blow this up. They don't know, right? They have no idea. We're talking about a nation that sent their soldiers to dig trenches into the Chernobyl forest. They have no idea what this means. They have no idea what are the consequences of blowing the shit up, and they frankly don't even care that much. All right, so I don't know, when it comes to the conversation about them blowing them up, you gotta know what are the priorities for Russia, and the priority is just inflicting mass damage on Ukraine. They don't care about anything else at this point.
Most of it's going to land in Belarus and Poland, and
Chernobyl
Russia
season
doesn't care
2.
if their own people die, so they don't care.
Yeah. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about nuclear fallout, and it's simply not something that's going to
that we're having this
create worry for them. The only way they would be worried is if NATO makes sure to send a message that if these attacks happen, NATO gets into the game, and NATO is going to help Ukraine defeat Russia completely. That's the only way for Russians to not do this.
In NATO.
Anything else, it doesn't matter. Oh no, some of this is going to get into Russia. They don't give a shit. They literally don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the Kursk region being invaded. You think they don't give a shit about the possibility of nuclear fallout? Bullshit.
UK tells Putin, you're a slave-owning mafia boss. If you want to hear how it's done, this is the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy. And here's what he said to the Russians' face at the UN Security Council meeting.
I also want to speak directly to the Kremlin and its representative here today.
I feel
and Vladimir Putin.
I feel if you want to speak directly to the
Russia
Kremlin,
sits on this council,
you might just like write something on a rocket
the UN Charter
and send it straight over.
Council,
you know, so you're sure that they hear you.
We saw it put forward amendments
because this is kind of weak.
The UN's future.
This is kind of.
Russia claims
I don't think the message is going through.
For the global south, but it runs roughshod over international law. Vladimir Putin, when you fire missiles
I know we here also got
hospitals,
some radiation. Yugoslavia at the time, there were warnings that you're not supposed to be like using anything you grew in your gardens that year. People had to throw away their crops and everything.
Opponents in European cities, we know who you are. Your invasion is in your own interests, yours alone, to expand your mafia state into a mafia empire. An empire built on corruption.
Could agree. But nukes won't be used.
That's how you do it. So what's America's response? White House questions Zelensky's victory plan, cites lack of strategy beyond weapons requests.
You know, I've been educating
this week
people
was all
on the right
about
spelling of Chernobyl, by the way. So,
sharing a classified peace proposal to members of Congress.
Because I think it was Stalker who changed
in the
game, who changed
and Biden and
way it's written.
Yeah, I don't think we need to build this up, guys. I don't think there's anything too secret in this plan.
Like,
It's Ukraine saying, give us more weapons, and once Russia's in a losing position, they'll actually negotiate to stop this war.
I think milk, but I'm not sure. Oh man!
So let's just do it.
My history
Biden
professor
says
talked
we
about
cannot let up on Ukraine.
How many
support amid U.S. uncertain
was it
political
strawberries?
future.
I think it was
President
strawberries.
Biden is almost 82 years old. This was his last UN General Assembly speech.
Chernobyl thing as a Ukraine.
He will be leaving office in
January.
Because
the first time I learned about this was a friend showed me the website
to support Ukraine,
and they mentioned Chernobyl.
And we'll start with this.
And he was like, "Oh, look at them spelling it wrong," and I was like, "Nah."
In military assistance to Ukraine.
Nah. You're getting an education in Russian imperialism.
Visiting the
so we
United
had
States
a conversation about Russian imperialism and how their spelling has been taken as the default one, even though it makes no fucking sense that their spelling is taken as the default one. And ever since then, I've used it like purposefully in conversations. Yeah, I'm just like pushing it. I'm pushing
Biden
for it
announces
to be
continued support and a $7.9
I think it's really important, and especially like from a Croatian perspective with my Croatian friends. They understand the importance of doing stuff like that, you know? Because we had simulations with Serbs trying to impose their words and their
back in May. Most of this money is under something called the Foreign Assistance Act. This is a pool of money that Congress gives to the president every year to rapidly respond to an emergency.
In a position to be
in the event that Congress is not in session or Congress has to debate
It's
and vote
kinda,
on
yeah,
something.
no definitive statements,
It's
I
a
feel,
pool
are
of
a
money
sign of
that the
not
president
really
gets to
intelligent
help
analysis
our
of the
allies
situation in the
respond
first
quickly
place.
in the event of a crisis. Now, what President Biden wanted was to extend
Are we
this
expecting
authority
hydrogen bombs?
6 months or a year or whatever.
Hey yo,
But
Koali!
Congress wouldn't do it.
How are you doing?
So the only alternative was to use the rest of the money before it expired at the end of this month. You might have been hearing about this story of
Whose
Ukraine
emote is
aid
that?
expiring,
Cool.
but
Hello, hello.
it's not specifically for Ukraine, but it can be used for Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And President Biden is going to sign off the remaining amounts in this pool, $5.5 billion. Another 2.4 comes under something called the U.S. AI commitment.
Come on.
What's going to be in this package? And the 2.4 billion is going to be munitions, air-to-ground munitions,
Send them all after us.
UASs, equipment. I don't know. I don't even think the Pentagon
Fuck, you
knows.
guys remember those videos of
The money has been
Americans and the way
allocated,
they hunt boars?
and they're
Which,
gonna
like, they
start
have fucking
moving
helicopters
gear
to
and
go in
equipment.
there and they just, like,
Some
shoot
of
them
this
all down.
7.9, I do think, will go to long-term
When this war ends,
contracts.
when this war ends, we
like
need Americans
building
to
a
be
brand new
hunting the
Patriot system
radioactive
that
mega
Ukraine
giga
will get
boars
in 2
of
years,
Chernobyl.
but we have to start that process at some point.
Orcs
But
with
there will
glowing
be
skins are
additional
gone. Fuck, what
billions
was
in
the
military
song
aid
where...
arriving to Ukraine
What was
over
the
this winter.
pro-Ukrainian song
This is
that
huge news.
mentioned orcs glowing like lamps in their trenches?
U.S. rushes to supply Ukraine
Because
with
they're all
$60 billion in
radioactive.
aid before Biden's presidential term ends. So this is where the November election comes in. And the money that was allocated by Congress in May, Biden will have to spend all of it before Trump takes office. Biden doesn't want to do that. He would like to stretch this money out to support Ukraine for as long as possible. Congress may never vote again. But if Donald Trump wins, then all the money has to be allocated to Ukraine
40?
prior to January
Was that
20th.
human life?
And if you're following the U.S. election, it's a coin flip. Now, Donald Trump lost the popular vote by 3 million votes in 2016. He lost by 7 million votes in 2020. And I'm predicting to you that Donald Trump is going to
Also,
lose
probably,
by
yes,
over
exactly
10
what
million
Russians are
votes
looking for.
this
Suppression of any
November.
human life near the borders.
But that doesn't matter, because that's not how we elect presidents. We use something called the Electoral College. Each state, based on their size, gets a certain number of votes. If you win that state,
Fallout Show?
you win all the
In
votes.
beginning, there was child birthday,
And at the
TV
moment,
started, news,
Donald
and
Trump
something
only
about
needs
peace
to
deal.
win
My mom turned
Pennsylvania,
off only
North Carolina,
positivity.
and Georgia.
And then suddenly nukes explode.
All the
Oh,
other swing
I
states
did
are
watch,
great, but that's basically his
Fortia,
path
which is
to
an
270,
Italian
to
word.
actually getting back in the White House.
I did see a Ukrainian I follow on
And Trump
Twitter
is
talking
mad
about the
about
Fallout Show,
a
and
recent
yeah, she did
events
say
from
that
this week. Let me
it
explain.
was good for
Trump
a while,
blames
and then
Biden
it
and
made her
Zelensky
salty
for
about
not
something.
ending Russian invasion
Like the way
and
they are
wasting
representing
billions.
it is kind of making
The
her
Republican
angry. But I
presidential
don't know what it
nominee
is.
spoke
She
extensively
wrote that
about
it's
his
worth
take on
watching
Russia's
in the end.
full-scale invasion of
So
Ukraine
yeah,
for
I'm
the
kind of
first time
interested.
in months. Okay, what set
I'm
Trump
guessing
off?
she also like related.
Local media
to
in
it from the
Pennsylvania
Ukrainian
ho-hum
perspective,
on
genuinely.
Zelensky ammo plant visit. If you watched my last video, I showed you pictures and a video at the end of President Zelensky visiting this General Dynamics ammunition plant in Pennsylvania.
The
This
rest
was
are
nice.
the A, B, and C leave
Zelensky
behind
just
a
wanted
D
to go to the
colony.
factory and thank these workers. But
Focaccia.
Pennsylvania
I
is a state that
assumed you
Donald
just
Trump
like
is
know
trying really
more
hard to
Italian
win
bread
right now.
than I know.
So the controversy comes from
Because
this
for a second
statements
I was
that
like, surely
Kamala Harris made in the debate
actual
2
like
weeks
Ukrainian.
ago.
I'm pretty sure
Trump
that's
is
not
still
the
mad that
Italian
he
bread.
lost the debate and he's still
Oh, but
complaining
surely
about
there's
it every
more
day.
types of Italian bread
But
and I
when
don't
Kamala
know.
Harris said,
Polish
what
American
do you think
workers,
the
come on, Poles.
800,000 Polish Americans living in Pennsylvania
Come on, Poles.
think
You can do it.
about your position on Russia, about you constantly bragging about your good relationship with Vladimir Putin?
Everyone discussing
is what
possible invasions.
sets
Yeah.
Donald Trump off
Zelensky
because there
himself
are
being like, nah,
Democrats
Russia's not gonna invade.
at this event at the
And
ammunition
they're not that
plant.
stupid, guys. They're
This
not that
is Pennsylvania
stupid.
Senator Bob Casey.
Can you imagine if they
and
invade?
this
Can you
is,
imagine what sort of a
Governor
stupid
Josh
fucking
Shapiro.
nation would invade? Can you imagine that? Come
They
on,
just
they're not
happen to
going
be
invade.
Democrats. This is not a campaign event. There was not
And
a
then
vote
Russians
for
immediately
Kamala
like,
Harris and Tim Walz's banner up in this plant.
3 days to Kyiv.
The sitting governor of the state
We
is
got no
allowed to
gas,
visit
Ukrainians. Can you
an
please give us
ammunition
gas
plant.
so we can refill our
And the
tanks
sitting
and
senator
go
of the
take your
state is
city?
also allowed to visit,
Please.
given that he supports Ukraine and he voted for the aid package. But Republicans are complaining, saying that this was a election interference event from President Zelensky. House Speaker calls on Zelensky to fire the ambassador to the United States. Here is the press release put out by Speaker Mike Johnson. This is highly inappropriate of him. Let me read for you what he says.
You're welcome to
After
survival
organizing
horror.
a
You couldn't see
partisan
it coming, could
campaign
you?
event in a battleground state this week, Ukrainian ambassador Oksana
I think we
Markova
fell. I'm blaming the Germans for it. I
demonstrated
think
she
we fell
cannot
for
be
the
trusted
German idea of
to
like, oh, we're
fairly
gonna
and
economically
effectively
make
serve
Russians.
as a diplomat in this
We're gonna
country.
economically pressure
President
Russians
Zelensky
into
must
making a
immediately
civilization out
remove
of their
her.
shithole, you know?
First of all, I don't think
We're going
Speaker
to
Mike
make
Johnson
them trade with
cares.
us so much that
This
they're
is
going
Donald
to actually
Trump
fix
speaking.
their stupid country.
Donald Trump told him to put out this statement demanding that Ukraine's ambassador in the
We will
United
decide how
States
to
be
regulate the
fired.
situation. You're Russian?
It's even written here in the first sentence.
You're Russian?
I demand that you immediately fire Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. Speaker Mike Johnson would never use the word fire. In his
Go fuck
tweets, he
yourself.
said remove,
In your zone of
a
influence.
softer word with the same meaning.
I ain't
To
having
fire
Russian
someone
trash in
is
my chat.
Donald Trump's language.
Having foreigners
And
talk to me about
where do
Russia
we
is one
begin
thing,
with
but
this?
having like actual Russian
The first thing
imperialists
is
here,
that Donald
my
Trump
dude,
is upset
my dude.
that pictures and videos were taken at this artillery factory.
Chilean spaghetti. Hey, nice, nice. I
making
have to.
Ukraine
I am
look
able
good
to stream for like
and making the
approximately
United States
half an
look
hour
good
more.
for supporting Ukraine.
I don't know how to be
Donald Trump
living, to
opposes
be
both of these
cooking.
things. And as far as this being
How the fuck do you
partisan,
say
it's not Zelensky's fault. It's not the
How do you
ambassador's
say it?
fault
What's the proper way
that
to
no
say it?
Republicans wanted to come to this event. And if Republicans are jealous,
But yeah, guys, here's a
if they think
reminder
this
that
is election
the idea
interference,
of a Russian
President
zone of
Zelensky would be
influence is
happy to meet
inherently
with any and all of
imperialistic.
them.
Anyone
Anywhere,
talking about
anytime,
Russian zone of influence
battleground
as if
state
it
or
actually
not.
exists
This man is trying to save his
is a
people
Russian
from a
imperialist.
genocide.
That's that. It doesn't matter where you're from.
So I was skeptical last week when Zelensky was saying he was going to meet with President Trump.
Because, like, do you guys
I
have
was saying to
lje?
myself, there's no way
Or do you
Trump's
guys
going
do
to agree
lje?
to this.
Like Slovenians?
And sure enough, there
That's
will
what
be
I'm
no
not
meeting between former
understanding.
President Trump
Do you have lje or
and
do you not have
Zelensky.
lje?
Trump is just refusing to coordinate a time and a place.
Because, like, we
for
have it as one
Zelensky to meet
letter,
him.
and Slovenians
The same is
have it
true
as one
for
letter,
Speaker
but they
Mike
read it as
Johnson.
two letters.
Speaker
And I
Mike
don't know what
Johnson
you
is
guys
also
do.
refusing to meet with President Zelensky.
Russian
However,
zone of influence
if
should be
Speaker
Moscow's
Johnson
natural
wants to talk
border.
about foreign election interference,
Every single Russian gets
what
their
the heck is
own
this?
personal zone
Why
of
is Viktor
influence,
Orban of Hungary
which is a
allowed to go
hole
down to
outside in the
Mar-a-Lago to
ground
meet
that they
with
shit
Trump
in.
during
Nothing
an
else.
election season? Donald Trump is a private citizen. Donald Trump is not a representative of the U.S. government
No,
right
no.
now.
It was
It's
what they meant was
inappropriate for foreign
spots
leaders
of conflict.
to be
Specifically,
meeting
would be
with
I think the way to
presidential
explain
candidates
it. Spots
who
of
hold
conflict. So, like
no
the idea
office
is,
in
oh, Russian
government.
victory is going to come when
This
we
is
remove any
election
spots of
interference.
conflict from the border
Viktor Orban
regions.
went to visit Trump to support him and his candidacy
Which
for
are idiotic,
president.
fully. Because
Meanwhile, at
you
the
have a
artillery
situation
factory,
like
Kamala Harris and
Georgia
Tim Walz
currently,
were not there.
where you know there's still
And there's a
of
couple
course, the zones
foreign
of
leaders
conflict
willing
on
to
the
do
border
this,
regions
willing
of
to
Russia-occupied
go to
regions,
Mar-a-Lago
because
during an
Russians are killing
election
Georgian civilians.
to kiss the ring
There's
and
never
flatter
going,
Trump.
going to be not zones of
Trump
conflict.
likes pretending he's still president. When these foreign leaders come, he puts up a flag and pretends like it's a state visit down at Mar-a-Lago. And yeah, this is foreign election interference. As an American, this is not okay.
Thank you, Jake.
But it happens all the time with Donald Trump.
Palyanitsa.
So let's get to the statements he made.
Palyanitsa. Would it be
The country
Palyanitsa or would it be
of Ukraine
Palyanitsa?
is
Or how the
absolutely
fuck would you say
obliterated.
it?
And Donald Trump speaks for
I
himself.
have no idea, my dude. I
I'm
have
just
no
gonna play
idea.
the
I'm a
clip,
Croatian,
and
right?
You
I'm
be
a
the
Croatian.
judge.
I'm a
If
Croatian.
this man in any way supports Ukraine and opposes Russia.
Because Ukraine is gone. It's not Ukraine anymore. You can never replace those cities and towns, and you can never replace the dead people, so many dead people. Any deal, even the worst deal, would have been better than what we have right now. If they made a bad deal, it would have been much better. They would have given up a little bit.
He's pushing the lie
And
about a
everybody would be
deal.
living, and every building would be built, and every tower would be aging for another 2,000 years.
Bullshit.
And it will only get worse with these people. With Kamala she doesn't know what she's doing. More people will die. More cities will fall. The ones that fell will continue to receive more and more bombs. They'll be broken up asunder.
Paljanica?
Worse than they are right
You wouldn't
now.
say it the last year.
Nothing
Paljanica.
is standing. The crops are dying.
Run out in the next year, early 2026.
Nothing is standing in Ukraine.
My
The
take.
crops are dying.
That waiting for
Everyone's
Russian
dead.
economy to run out of money
That
is
is
the
what
same thing
Donald
as
Trump
waiting
is
for
telling
Putin to
his
die out
tens
of
of millions
cancer,
of
which is the
followers.
same thing as waiting for
There's
Russia to
really
start a
nothing
revolution.
for the Ukrainian
Which is
people
that
to move back to.
they spread this
And it
to
didn't
keep
need
you
to
waiting
happen.
for Russia to collapse without outside
Those buildings are
interference.
down. Those cities are gone.
Military
They're
outside
gone.
interference, basically.
And we continue to give
Don't fall
billions
for
of
it.
dollars to a man who refuses
Whenever we
to
talk
make
about
a
a way to
deal.
respond to
Zelensky,
Russia, whenever you are speaking to your politicians about a way to
There was
respond to
no
Russia, and I
deal that he
hope
could
that
have
on a
made
local level you are being
that
politically
wouldn't
active,
have been
right?
better than the situation you have
Russia
right
must
now.
be fought against, Russia
You have
must
a
be
country that
defeated.
has
It
been
doesn't.
obliterated.
Don't fall into the traps of
Not
like, oh, we just
possible
gotta
to be
wait them
rebuilt.
out
It'll
until
take hundreds of years to
2026.
rebuild it.
No.
Ukraine has been obliterated, and it's impossible to rebuild. It would take
Oh no, Chinese are
hundreds
not
of
going to be
years
giving
to
Russia
rebuild
open support. I do not see that at all.
Vuhledar.
Maybe if Russia
and
gets a
Bakhmut.
victory in Ukraine, I can imagine
There's not
China
enough money
actually
to rebuild it if the
supporting
whole
it
world
openly.
got together.
But
They're
as
not
long
going
as
to be
the situation is
satisfied
the way it
until they
is, I
send
don't believe
American
China is going
kids
to
over
dare
to
to do
Ukraine, and
something
that's
like
what
that.
they're trying to do. And the moms and dads of America don't want their kids fighting Ukraine
I'll ask
and
her Russian soon,
Russia,
true.
and we're not
Hey,
going to
Sierra,
have
how
our
are you doing?
soldiers
How's
die
life?
across the ocean.
I'm on vacation right now. Putin dying is at least realistically going to happen sometime. Yeah, sometime,
He's
yeah.
just fear-mongering.
I agree with sometime.
But he also loves to lie.
I agree with sometime.
Trump
I don't
outburst
agree
U.S.
it's going to
support to
happen
Ukraine
in
close
the
to
timeline.
$300 billion, and the Europeans
that's
are all
important to
deadbeats.
us.
Trump told prospective Georgia voters the U.S. is getting taken for a ride, but
If Chinese economy
European
is still kind
support
of
to Ukraine.
failing and Western powers will hunt
Obviously,
Chinese
the
companies dealing
Europeans
with
have
Russia,
provided
then
more
China will
support to
officially stay
Ukraine.
away. Yeah.
Humanitarian, financial,
The
and
only
military.
way I see China
The United
actually
States
turning
mostly
towards
does
Russia
military
properly
because we
is
have
if we
the
abandon
largest
Ukraine,
military.
thus we
It's
allow
not
Russia to get
over
a
200 billion
victory.
yet. It's nowhere near
Because if
300
Russia gets
billion.
victory, you know
But
damn
Trump loves to
well,
lie, and he
you
just
know
makes
damn
stuff
well,
up.
the second
Here's the clip.
this war ends and Russia
Biden and
wins,
Kamala
you
got
know
us into
that
this war in
second
Ukraine,
Schultz
and now they
is
can't
sitting
get
on a
us out.
plane
They can't
wearing
get us
his
out.
best pink
I watched
thongs,
him. We will
running
win.
over
We
to
will. He's been
Moscow
saying that
to
for
try and argue we
3
should build Nord
years.
Stream 3.
Every
The
time
second
Zelensky comes
that is
to the
signed,
United
the
States, he walks
second
away
Russia
with
wins.
$100 billion. I think he's
And I
the
think
greatest
then that
salesman on
is
earth.
going to create a situation where China might
But
feel
we're
comfortable
stuck
working with
in
Russia because like
That is
Russia is going
Trump's
to be handed
audience
over victory
booing
plus
President Zelensky.
German bitches.
This is Donald Trump's favorite lie
but
that every
yeah, as
time
long as this
Zelensky
goes
visits
on,
the United States,
I don't see
he
them making
walks
that
away
wild
with
of a
a
decision.
check for $100 billion. This is Russian propaganda. This is Russian disinformation. Donald Trump is conditioning his supporters to hate President Zelensky, to hate Ukraine. And he starts this clip by saying, Biden and Kamala got us into this war, as if the United States military is directly involved, as if the United States military is already losing soldiers fighting in Ukraine, when that's not happening. The United States military is providing assistance, the same way we provide military assistance to Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Israel, and dozens of other countries around the world. It doesn't make America weaker when all we do is provide military assistance to our democratic allies.
Yeah, Trump seems to be...
But Trump's not happy with that. Trump
It's
prefers
like
dictators. Trump
if
wants
you
to be on the good
ask
side
ChatGPT
of China,
to
North
do
Korea,
the
and
dumbest
Russia.
possible thing
Those
in
are
any
his friends.
situation,
That
I
war,
feel that's
unless
what
I'm
Trump is
president,
basically
I'll get it
doing.
done. I'll get it negotiated. I'll get out. We got to get out. Biden says, we will not leave until we win. What happens if they win? That's what they do, is they fight wars. As somebody told me the other day, they beat Hitler, they beat Napoleon. That's what they do, they fight.
So somebody told Trump the other day, the Russians beat Hitler and the Russians beat Napoleon. I guess Trump didn't know that. He just learned this. The Russians beat
Somebody
Hitler,
told me the other
and the
day.
Russians beat Napoleon. The Russians fight and win wars. That's what they do.
Yes,
Russia is strong. Russia is proud. Glory to
That's your
Russia.
Croatian lesson for today. Jesi li paus kruški.
So this is actually pretty stupid of Trump. He had been very careful the last 6 months not talking about Ukraine, just saying all ended in
He's
one
looking
day.
like those blow-up dolls.
But he's letting his hate and rage get the best of him. And
I
this
know,
is a
that's, like,
losing
intentional
issue
with
for
us now.
Trump.
Probably
60% of Americans support continued military aid to Ukraine. Something like 80 or
So I have to teach
90%
Trump who
think
Hitler and
Ukraine is in the
Napoleon
right,
were.
defending
this is already
themselves
too
from a
much.
full-scale
Had to
invasion.
remember those two names.
Very few Americans are actually pro-Russian. It's like 10 or 11% willing to admit that.
Still too much.
And those are the people that Donald Trump is playing towards. This is going to lose him votes. It's going to lose him states. I hope it does. I hope Trump continues to talk about Ukraine and Russia, exposing the fascist that he is. And I know
think
there
Trump
are people
forgot
still
that
watching
when it
my
comes to
videos
Soviet Union defeating
planning to
Hitler,
vote for Trump in November.
The Ukrainians
And you
were also
can't do it.
fighting on the side of
You
Soviet
can't
Union.
say you support
I don't see
Ukraine
why you would subscribe to victory
and
to Russians
vote for Donald
specifically in
Trump.
that situation,
Those
not
are
to Ukrainians.
opposed positions. And I know there
Makes
are other
no
issues you
fucking
care
sense
about
to do
more.
that.
But I'm saying directly to your face, if you're an American citizen planning to vote for Trump in November,
But also, yeah, the USA
you're
aid in
helping
that
Russia.
situation played a huge role
You're
too.
killing Ukrainians if you vote
Right,
for this
I do
man.
think it's kind of though
If this
interesting
man
that
is allowed to
the
return to the
MAGA
White
dude,
House.
Make America Great
Chaos
Again,
and disorder,
is willing to
fascism and authoritarians
ignore American
field day.
influence in that. You know,
Donald Trump
he's
will
not
do
saying
nothing
we
to
defeated
protect
Hitler.
democratic
He's saying they
values
did it
and human rights
as
around
like if
the world.
USA influence and
He
it was
doesn't care.
nothing.
He doesn't care about
Yeah,
you.
it's not. Considering the
He's
fact that
only
he's
ever cared
supposed to
about
be playing the
himself.
role of a nationalist
I'm
patriot,
sorry you've
it's
been
kind
the
of
victim of various forms of right-wing propaganda to believe that America is failing and America is
it's
terrible.
very.
and
You know what it is.
America's the worst
You know
country
how
in the world unless
Republicans for a
Trump is
while
president.
were
That's
spreading
insane. I pity
panic
at this point
about
if you're still supporting Trump. There's
critical
no
race
excuse.
theory and how like critical race
I know
theory
I'm gonna
makes
lose
white people
subscribers.
hate
I don't
themselves
care.
and shit like that.
I'm on the side of freedom.
But they've
I'm on
fallen
the
for
side
Russia
of
propaganda,
justice.
making
And I'm on the
Americans just
side
hate America
of
fully.
our democratic allies around the world. Authoritarian regimes, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they have to be stopped. We're not letting them expand. And we can't elect
Oh, yeah,
somebody
yeah.
to
Republicans
be
used
president
to,
of the
yeah,
United
yeah,
States
Republicans used to.
who will not stand up to
I
authoritarians
think a lot of
around the
European
world. Let's get to
I've
the
been
bad
getting
news for
more into
Russia.
like local
6
political
months
commentary.
worth of ammo wiped
like
out in a recent
Croatia and
Ukraine
Iran.
strike.
And
This was the
you
3
see a lot of
depots,
times
2
people
in,
commenting
the Tver region,
on like Trump
1 in
in relatively
Krasnodar.
positive ways. Never fully
But there's
positive
more
lately,
depots, guys.
but like
There's
relatively
definitely
positive, you know,
a
like
couple
it's not
more
the worst.
depots inside of Russia.
And you see it coming from the
that might be
place of like,
visited
oh,
in the
they
next
used
week
to
or
be
two.
good.
I don't know
Republicans
exactly
used to
how
be
Ukraine
against
did it
Russia.
with
Republicans
these
used to
jet drone
genuinely
swarms,
be
but
pro-American, right?
I'm sure more
It's
are
like,
being manufactured.
surely he's just
and
one
we're going to see
man.
some more fireworks in
And
the coming,
surely the rest of
coming
the
weeks.
Republican Party is way better. Which
Russia
I don't
boosts
believe in, by
military
the way. I
spending
don't
to
believe in it
40% of the
at
state
all. If they are
budgets in
choosing to be
2025,
represented
according
by
to Bloomberg,
Trump,
the increase would
they're all
represent
like that.
6.2%
You can't be having a
Russia's
drastically
projected
different
GDP, but
political
40% of
ideas
their
than
total
Trump
government
and then still be okay
expenditures.
with him representing
This
you.
was funny.
And with
At the
getting
same
more
time,
votes
Bloomberg
for a
reported
man
that
like that
30% of the
to get a
budget
position. Like, no,
is
they're all the same.
allocated for classified or unspecified items. 40% for the military.
Hi, yeah, Cygnus, thank you for the sub. How are
It's a
you
secret.
doing,
We're not
my
telling
man?
you what
Hey,
we're
yeah,
doing
hey,
with this
yo.
money. This is bad news for Russian conscripts who were recently returned from Ukraine. Russian conscripts who were captured by Ukraine in the Kursk region and were exchanged as POWs
Also, hey, yo, welcome. Thank you
are
for
now
the
being
follow.
forced to sign military contracts under the threat of beatings and prosecutions because they surrendered. Because these 18, 19, 20-year-old conscripts chose to live,
Oh,
Russia
shit,
is
I
now
wonder what their
punishing
families
them
are going to do
by
about it.
forcing them to sign contracts so they can go to the real front lines and fight and die for Russia. Russia reportedly installs Starlink on Shahed 136 drones. This is Elon Musk's Starlink being used by Russian kamikaze drones. It would be wonderful if Elon Musk said something, condemned this, said he was working on stopping this from happening, but he's not. because Elon Musk supports Russia and supports Donald Trump. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Ukraine and Vietnam agreed to increase trade turnover in various fields. Vietnam has pledged $500,000 in humanitarian aid to Ukraine.
Whoa.
And expressed its readiness to assist in post-war reconstruction efforts. When we were drafting teams for World War III, I didn't think that the United States would be getting communist Vietnam. But yeah, all of China's neighbors hate China, and Vietnam views China. Communist Vietnam views China as a greater threat. So they would rather be supportive and allied towards Western nations because China's just being China.
Oh man, I wonder how the tanky
Netherlands
circles have taken these
$233
news.
million to Ukraine to restore critical infrastructure. Thank you so much to the Dutch people.
Thank you, Netherlands.
Norway to allocate $9.5 million for evacuation of wounded from Ukraine to Europe. Thank you so much to the people of Norway.
Nice.
Final clip I have for you is what this is all about. This is what motivates Ukrainians to continue the fight, to continue to fight for freedom and their sovereignty from Russia.
Not fun.
And
Wanted
Donald
to see them
Trump
cry a
doesn't
little bit.
understand this. He doesn't care about this. He'll never understand this.
Vietnam. Man. Man, holy shit.
That's all for this update video.
Man.
Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. If you found this video informative,
I'm pretty sure
give me a
if
thumbs
I'm not...
up. Best way to support the
Hey,
channel.
yo, Valo, I'm
Comments and
just ending the
questions, let me know
stream
down
soon.
below. I love hearing from
But
you guys.
hey yo, I'm pretty sure that tankies had strong opinions on Vietnam. But also the problem is that I kinda block them. So I'm not really getting a lot of their posts in my... Okay, tried to find them, but I can't find them. The deprogram? Fuck, I wasn't there. What is that? Do I want to see that? The deprogram. International anti-capitalist podcast run by an American, a Slav, and an Arab. A Slav, it says. A Slav. Shall we guess? Shall we be guessing who the Slav is? Shall we be guessing on their nationality? Fucking ridiculous. Vietnam, Vietnam. I don't know, they seem to be rather okay with it, but I don't see really news about Vietnam supporting Ukraine. So I do want to see them cry about it. If you have any sources of tankies crying, I would love to see them. I would love to be watching it. Comic Hope subreddit. He's a Slav though, he's a Slav.
The Ukrainian word Polyanitsa has become a
Hassan Abi waiting room as titled Delirium Tankies. Do we do it Monday stream? We're gonna be doing that.
A lot of Russian soldiers
Monday
dressed up
stream.
like Ukrainian soldiers or civils, and that is why when our people saw some suspicious person, they
Why is
asked
it
him
not
to say the word
playing for me properly?
The Ukrainian word "palyanitsa" has become a marker word for identification of Russian soldiers in Ukraine. In the beginning of the war, a lot of Russian soldiers dressed up like Ukrainian soldiers or civils, and that is why when our people
Save the
saw
house
some
and maybe
suspicious
waiting room, so I
person,
don't
they
forget.
asked him to say the word "palyanitsa" and to translate it, to explain its meaning. The thing is that
So it is
this
palyanitsa.
word includes the soft sound "ts", which doesn't exist in the Russian language. That is why they just cannot say it. And also, the meaning of
Why wasn't Portugal conquered by Spain? Portugal emerged as an
I hate YouTube so much.
Why wasn't Portugal
I
conquered
hate
by
YouTube
Spain?
so much.
Portugal
Shut the fuck up.
emerged as
No, I'm closing. I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube stupid little short videos. I hate them. I hate how they work on the website. It's always just bullying. It's just bullying. I swear to God, YouTube hates me and I hate it. It's because I'm not paying for premium. It's because I'm not watching their advertisement. No. Finland announced that it'll house the headquarters of NATO's Northern European Land Command Unit. Oh shit! Ah shit, Russians were fearing NATO, so they went and invaded Ukraine, so they got NATO right here. Ah, this is ridiculous. This is fucking great. This is fucking great. In Romania, there's a NATO headquarters being built. In Romania? What, really? Man, I don't even know how to feel about that. Oh shit. Oh shit, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see the reactions to this. I can't wait to see Russians talk about that. Also, I have to leave soonish. So we're gonna be watching a 15 minutes video. That's way too long.
With various tentacles.
That's way too long. I ain't gonna be watching the entirety of it. But Milei has had a video, and the video has been rather okay actually, and he has called out UN for being useless. So I'm kind of I don't know. I'm almost positive about his speech, but still not much is going to be done. It's basically the same thing as any other words of condemnation, which, you know, you are very useless. Oh no, okay. And then nothing changes. But yeah, good video, and I'm glad that someone has brought up how UN is not really doing what it's supposed to be doing. India is refusing to buy LNG from sanctioned Russian Arctic LNG 2 project. What? India will not purchase liquefied natural gas from Russia's Arctic LNG 2 project, which is under Western sanctions. We are not purchasing any sanctioned commodity. If there are broad-based sanctions, we won't engage with it. I don't know how much gas they have been getting from the specific project in the first place. So I don't know how much this matters. Yeah, India is still probably buying a lot of Russian resources, like from other projects, very likely, but still, United States imposed sanctions on hundreds of entities and individuals involved in supporting of Russia's war waging, including companies linked to the development and shipment of LNG from Arctic LNG 2. Okay. Okay. Oh, it hasn't even been used yet. So like India was like, oh no, we will not buy it in the future, right? Because it says it's supposed to be completed by 2026. So basically it's not going to make a lot of change. Still kind of good politically that India is moving away from it, but yeah. Was that Grisha? Oh shit. MP4 video. Oh man, holy shit, wait, I gotta save that. That was great, that was great. It's like when my mother sends me sources to documents on her company PC. Oh crap. Why can't I just like click on it and open it? Why do I have to download? This is evil. This is cruel. This is cruel. Hungary? We fight even if we're alone. Hungary 1996, so that we never have to fight alone again. Please let us join NATO. Hungary 224. Even though we have NATO, we would surrender and betray our allies, our freedom and our people. True. True. Zelensky's decision to defend against Russia's invasion was irresponsible. We would not have acted that way. Insane. Insane! Hungary would have advised the president of Ukraine to refrain from armed resistance in 2022 to reduce the number of casualties. Insane! What the fuck? Man saying if we would not have acted that way, so if Russia invades us, we're going to be like, yeah, okay, Russia, take it. Just take it. That's fine. That's absolutely okay. What the how can you say that? How can you say that? What are Hungarians doing about it? Nothing? Fuck, I'll need to look into Hungary. I must save a link to this, man. Just to see like how Hungarian news are covering this. Let me save the link so I remember his stupid name. What the fuck? We would not have acted that way. If Russia were to invade us, we would not defend. What the fuck? He led his country into a defensive war. Yes, what's the... They would just surrender on the spot? Who the fuck says that? What the hell is... Man, I can't imagine that. I cannot imagine that. Oh, by the way, I saved a video on the political situation in Hungary, 9 minutes. We can watch this and then I have to go.
Peter Magyar, whose catch-all centrist teaser party is steadily creeping up in the polls. So in this video...
We would not do that. Man, I can't get over that. If Russia invades us, we would not resist them. If Russia were to invade us, we would not resist. Can you fucking imagine that? Can you imagine your leader saying that? Right, guys, if Russia invades us, we're just going to surrender. Just like have a white flag ready in your house, so when the tanks roll down the street, you can be like, it's okay, I'm on your side, and that's that. That's how we, reduce the number of casualties. We just surrender. Just like let them do whatever they want. Let them do whatever they want with us, really. What are they doing with Russians inside Russia? Don't ask. Don't ask. We're going to get the same treatment, but don't ask.
Every subsequent election with roughly 50%
Fucking
of the popular
wild.
vote. In
We would not
2014, the
do
largest
that.
opposition party was the short-lived Left Unity Party,
Man,
an alliance that was then disbanded
Hungarians
due
unofficially
to its
cocks
poor
if they
showing at the
still
ballot box,
keep on
achieving
having them
just
in their
38 seats
leadership.
compared to
Genuinely,
Fidesz's
that
133.
should have been
In
immediate
2018,
political
the
suicide in
Conservative
any
Jobbik
normal
Party
country.
became the main opposition, but did even worse, winning just 26 seats. Then, in 2022, a new opposition alliance was formed, as Hungary's disparate opposition parties accepted they needed to cooperate to challenge Fidesz.
Ooh.
This was the United for Hungary movement, whose shared ideology was basically
United for
anyone but
Hungary
Orban.
surrendering, I guess.
While they fared better than Jobbik, winning 57 seats, this was still miles off Fidesz's 135, and the alliance fell apart after the election. Now, though, in 2024, a new challenger has emerged. The Teaser Party, which was founded a few years ago but remained largely unknown until earlier this year, when it got a new injection of life from a former Fidesz official, Peter Magyar, is now polling at around 35%, compared to Fidesz's 42%, according to Politico's poll aggregator. It also performed well at the European elections in June, securing
I'm feeling all of the
30%
other
the
parties
vote
should kill
and causing
themselves,
Fidesz's vote share to drop
and
below
their
50 for the first
politicians
time
should
after
join
national
the
election
one opposition
since
party, and that's that.
2004. So why are
Like, you have no
Magyar's
reason to
Teaser
have
Party
20
climbing
opposition
in the
parties
polls?
taking
Well, as
1%
we
of
see it,
vote
there were
each.
at least 3 reasons.
Just
Firstly,
go
the
into the main
Fidesz
one.
government's recent scandals. Secondly, Orban's economic struggles and battle with the EU. And thirdly, Magyar's own popularity. We'll start with the Fidesz scandals.
Who's Magyar?
In February 2024, Hungary's president...
I kind of like how they're going to be led by a Magyar. Can you imagine that?
Justice Minister Judit Varga...
Do you guys also call Hungarians Magyari?
They pardoned a man involved in covering up a sex abuse scandal.
Because this is like if America was led by a man with last name American.
Anti-government rallies across the country. And the reason it caused so much outrage was because, in line with the rest of Fidesz, Novak had presented herself as a defender of traditional Christian family values and a protector of children. The Hungarian public were understandably incensed by Novak's hypocrisy, which massively undermined Fidesz's pro-family agenda and caused Fidesz's poll ratings to slump from 48% to around 40%, where it's still sitting now. This political earthquake also opened up space for a vocal anti-Orban figure. Magyar, then a member of Fidesz, announced that he was quitting the party in a Facebook post, claiming Orban's rule was a political product, before going on to give a series of interviews in which he declared that Orban's government was rife with corruption and that Orban's allies had racked up huge personal wealth hidden behind domestic private equity funds. Magyar then decided to join TISA, whose whole project is basically cleaning up Hungarian politics. TISA's website states that they want to be, quote, incorruptible, non-blackmailable, honest, straightforward, open, and extremism-free. So Fidesz's recent scandal turned a lot of angry voters
Magyar is like
towards
Hungarian.
Now,
Magyar.
our next reason, which is Hungary's
Hungarians are Magyari.
Since
and
the
like
pandemic,
one Hungarian
Hungary
is
has run
Magyar.
annual budget deficits
So,
representing about 7% of GDP.
would support a
way
Magyar
more than the
leading
EU's
Magyars.
3% target. As a result, the government had to up its deficit target for 2024 from 2.9% to 4.5% of GDP.
Oh no, their stupid
But by June,
policies are
it
getting them
already
into
passed it,
economic
and
troubles.
Hungary now
Oh
has the
no.
highest deficit among the so-called Visegrad 4.
Oh no.
Funnily enough, one reason for this overspending was actually Orban's fear of losing votes to the opposition. In late 2021, for the first time, Fidesz was polling extremely close to the opposition United for Hungary movement. So, to ensure his victory as the 2022 election approached, Orban went all out on a public spending spree. He dished out extra money for pensioners, scrapped income tax for young people, and offered
Piece
families
of
grants
shit.
to renovate their homes, with the combined measures totting up to about $2 billion. The Fidesz government also extended a generous family benefit scheme that now costs nearly 5% of GDP per year. Hungary's economic woes have been further strained by Orban's complicated relationship with the EU. Hungary is still lacking access to about 21 billion euros of cohesion and recovery funds, which have been frozen over concerns over judicial independence. Then, last week, the EU also triggered a special procedure to subtract a €200 million fine from Hungary's share of the EU budget, because the government had twice missed its payment deadline. To capitalise on this, TISA have said that they would join the European Public Prosecutor's Office, which is responsible for monitoring the use of EU funds in Hungary, and basically ensure that they're not being embezzled, misused, or transferred to oligarchs.
Fair.
That said, TISA's public spending programme doesn't sound much thriftier than Orban's. TISA's so-called 21-point programme includes policies like immediately doubling the family allowance, increasing the pensions of 420,000 elderly people, increasing wages for nurses and social workers, and allocating, quote, as many resources as possible to health and education, but without any clear indication of how they pay for it all. So, now, the real question is, what are TISA's chances at the ballot box?
I'm guessing they're planning that if they kick down Orban, they're going to get the European Union funds, and then they'll use European Union funds to pay for all of these promises.
This is in large part down to Magyar himself. Magyar is relatively young and charismatic, but also patriotic and
Doesn't look like a
conservative
frog.
when it comes to social issues.
Oh, nice.
Combined with his anti-corruption politics, this allows him to present as a fresh face without
Nice.
scaring off more conservative voters. However, TISA should be wary of falling into the same pitfalls as its predecessor. Like other opposition alliances
What
before,
are his views in
TISA
Russia?
is a big tent or catch-all party that describes itself as uniting conservatives, bourgeois democrats, social democrats and liberals, and aims to, quote, build a sovereign, civil, modern European Hungary. TISA's
Could be
21-point
good.
programme speaks to this ideological ambiguity. It's sort of just a collection of seemingly random policy ideas, often just spending increases for Orban's policies that lack a coherent ideology. Unfortunately for TISA, previous elections have shown that simply being anti-Orban isn't necessarily enough, and keeping such a wide coalition of voters equally happy is difficult, if not impossible. Ultimately, we'll just have to wait and see whether Teaser's rise holds, although Hungary's recent electoral history is definitely not on its side. What do the world's best politicians have in common? They're willing to learn something new every day. And if you think that sounds too hard or too time-consuming or just too
Oof. While he supports Ukraine's right to defend its territory, Hungary won't be sending troops or weapons. That's what he says. Oh, check this out. AP News. Orban pushes back on aid's comment that Hungary wouldn't have fought a Russian invasion. Hungary always has and always will defend itself against foreign attacks, Prime Minister Viktor Orban said on Friday after one of his closest aides provoked controversy by suggesting that Hungary wouldn't have fought against a Russian invasion as Ukraine has done. Orban sought to downplay the remarks by his political director, which stirred outrage among many in Hungary and led to calls for his resignation. Check this out. Prime Minister Orban called the comment an ambiguous statement, which in this context is a mistake. He's trying so hard to go like, no, Hungarians, we will defend you, while at the same time signaling to Russia that they wouldn't. Because there's like nothing ambiguous about that. Ukraine defended itself against Russia. We would not do that. What's ambiguous there? What's vague? What's vague? What makes you go, this can be taken in two ways? No, it can't. It genuinely cannot. There's nothing ambiguous there. But he's trying so hard to like stay in leadership that he can't properly argue against this. Do you really think they wouldn't defend? I don't know. I changed my answer to this. No, they wouldn't. Because an invasion against Hungary would happen exactly the same as an invasion against USA is happening as we speak, which is exactly the same as an invasion against Estonia is happening as we speak. Russia will not invade with tanks and planes. Russia will invade by buying up countries' politicians and then getting them to give up the country. So in that context, absolutely, I do not think Hungarians would be defending themselves from Russian invasion, because I do think plenty of Hungarian politicians are already sold. Definitely, I do not think they would be fighting against it. Yeah. He would become Hungary's Lukashenko. He would become Hungary's Lukashenko in a fucking heartbeat. He would not be thinking about the decision for a second. Putin would be like, hey, Orban, I need you to step out of NATO and be on my side, and then you can remain the dictator forever, and you also get the rank of general. And Orban would just go down on his knees like a little lapdog that he is. They would not defend, absolutely. Traitors. Overall, traitors to the Hungarian nation. I'm happy that Hungarians are angry. I'm happy Hungarians are calling for a resignation. But I still don't think that Orban is any different than that. He's trying to save his political career right now with calling it ambiguous statement. It's not an ambiguous statement. They know very well what they are saying. Yeah. Fico is also very, very similar to that. Definitely. I wonder if Slovaks are as, how to say this, cock-filled nation as Hungarians are. I don't know if Slovaks would be okay with that. But when it comes to their leadership, definitely very, very varying. Ukraine never was monocultural, monolinguistic, and monoreligious, and never will be. Their little nationalist feelings are hurt, but the world has long moved since 20th century politics. I'm not sure who you are responding to with that, but yeah, alright. He disbanded some anti-corruption agency. Oh shit, really? Agency. What the fuck? What? That seems like the dumbest thing someone could possibly be doing. Oh yeah. A prime minister has presided over the systematic tearing down of Slovakia's ability to tackle corruption. What? Lukashenko can't get colonel rank and Orban will receive whole general. Belarus would be the wrong country to place nukes in. You're disagreeing. I disagree with your words there. Because, like, that would be true if Belarus had any sort of a spine. No, it doesn't. There's no spine in Belarus. There's no spine in that country. Every single, like, shred of dignity in that country is held in Belarusian prisons already. Their opposition, I don't even trust their opposition a lot. I don't trust Tikhanovskaya more than I trust Navalnaya at this point. It feels to me that Belarus is just, at this point, set in place as a Russian vassal state, really. So I feel even if Russians piss on them, Belarus is not going to do much. You know what I mean? You know how, like, Ichkeria, for example? How Kadyrov has admitted that twice as many men are sent from Ichkeria to fight in the fields of Ukraine than men from other republics of Russia. Twice as many. Can you imagine that? Twice as many. Double the amount of his men, of kids from his republic, are going to be killed in Ukraine. He's okay with that because he's a vassal state. He also pissed on the republic itself. He pissed on the nation. They're now just little cucks. So Putin can do whatever he wants. He can step on them as much as he wants. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to fight against it. They're not going to, demand their rights or whatever. They're just a vassal state. That's that. USA just pissed on Germany by blowing their pipe and they're told to swallow. I wish it was USA that blew up the pipe. Like, I wish you're correct on that. I wish you're correct on that. Whoever blew the pipe deserves a whole crate of beers delivered to their doorstep. If it was USA, and if somehow USA is actually a more useful of an ally than we thought previously, I would be very happy for that to be true. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah. Innocent attempts to fight the corruption in anti-corruption agencies, or maybe that. Maybe that. Yeah, no, Kadyrov is selling out his people, he's selling out his nation, he's just a little piece of shit, and that's that. Slovakia loses fight against corruption. Man. Germans literally are told to swallow and be quiet. They should be. They should be. I think that's based. Yeah, they should be. Germans should have been told that the second they brought up the idea of building Nord Stream 2. So absolutely based. Whoever blew it up did a good thing. Whoever destroyed Nord Stream 2, again, deserves an entire crate of the best beer delivered straight to their doorstep. Oh, it's remaking the public broadcast into a state-run TV channel and a war on culture. Oh, man. Convicted criminals are being let out of prison? Man. Reduced penalties for a broad spectrum of crimes, such as corruption and fraud. Germany already makes the best beer. Then, what we should do is make Germany make beer to sell to whoever blew up their pipeline, all right? Like an act of double embarrassment to Germany and double spit in their face for making the fucking pipeline in the first place. They should be forced to make crates of beer that we will send to celebrate whoever blew up the pipeline. We don't know who did it, but whoever did it is a hero. Ethnic Chechens linked to Kadyrov do not take part in the fighting. In Russia, they are called TikTok troops. So yeah, they usually usually love running away. They love running away. They love hiding a little bit. Crate for the beer itself, made of some quality wood. That too. That's also what Germans should provide for. They should cut down their beer, their wood. They should cut down their forests to make high-quality crates for the high-quality beer that they will send to celebrate whoever blew up Nord Stream 2. Because whoever did it, again, fucking hero in my eyes. Should have been done way earlier. I'm almost sad that none of us had the balls to do it previously. You know what I mean? Because like for so many years, Germans were doing the stupid project. shitting in all of our mouths, and we were like, Germany, please don't. Germany, please don't. Germany, this is going to get us all killed. Germany, why would we want to be relying on Russia more? Germany, Russia wants to kill our people. Germany, no. And what did Germany do? Nothing. Continued working with Russians. So I don't know, I'm almost disappointed we didn't fucking blow up the damn thing in the first place. Unfortunately, my balls are non-existent. But listen, my metaphorical ones are humongous, alright? If my soul could be having a body of its own, it would have the biggest balls in the universe. Also, I have to leave the stream. I have to go cook my lunch. I have to go make some food. So thank you for joining me today, guys. Thank you for joining me today to be making the most based commentary on politics you have ever seen in the Twitch sphere. All right. I'll be back on Monday. So Monday morning stream again. So yeah, we'll see what's new. If you have any news, send them to me. And if you have anything you would like to be commenting on specifically, also send them to me. I've saved all the links that I said I will be saving today to look at until Monday. So wish me luck with that. Also, I don't know, wish luck to Hungarians. They grow some cock and balls and, you know, actually manage to get rid of traitors in their politics, because I don't know. I want to think that if Croatia had a political leader that said we would not be defending against a foreign invasion, I want to think we would like burn them on the spot, you know what I mean? It might be because we just got out of the war and the memory of what a foreign invasion means is very fresh in our minds. Like, we're still looking for people that disappeared during the war. We don't even know how many of them were just thrown into Danube, never to be seen again. Might be because the memories are very, very fresh. So I take particular offense to the idea of proudly saying your country would not defend against a foreign invasion. But yeah, I want to say that if something like that happened in Croatia, I want to think it would be absolutely a political suicide at the very least. Skiing? I know nothing about skiing. We could make tier list for me to research. I know nothing about sports. See you Monday, by the way, guys. Stay strong, stay healthy. Donate to Ukrainians, by the way. Fuck. No, wait. Not leaving yet. How to give you a link. Today is Fiverr Friday. In NAFO. Fidai, she goes. Here it is. Gonna find it one day. Oh, nice. That's the Fiverr Friday thing today. That's cute. So look for Fiverr Friday fundraising and look who needs your donations, all right? Fiverr Friday is organized specifically for €5, $5 donations, 5 of whatever currency you have, really. So yeah, go look through the hashtag, see who's seeking out donations, see who you could be aiding. Be a hero, save the world. 5 gold bars, even better. If you have 5 gold bars in your house to be donating, that's impressive as shit. Beer makers, we could make a beer tier list. I actually would agree with that, but I need to try them all first. Send me one of each beer you have in your country, all right? 1 crate with like 1 of each. And then we're going to be like, But yeah, see ya, stay strong, stay healthy, and yeah, good luck with whatever.